And we are now live. Don't worry about the fact it's currently a black screen, that's just because I need to alt-tab back into the game. I need to quickly grab the stream link.
Testing.
Do a couple of pings. People can also let me know to make sure the stream is working alright.
The stream is working, but I do not hear myself.
That is very strange.
Or is it really delayed?
Oh, well, I mean, it's going to be delayed. Right, and we're live. That's fine.
Let me go to my subscriptions.
Let me grab that.
I see it.
Okay. To anybody who's an early bird in the chat, please give us a minute. We're just setting up some of the technical things for the stream.
Your mic sounds off, Kralik.
Yeah, it sounds like you're
the
speaking
audio
through
quality,
a can.
Okay, that
It
is very
sounds fine.
strange.
Sounds fine.
I think it's using the.
I think you're using
Use
the
the
audio
webcam.
from your headphones.
Oh, amazing. Right, hang on. See, this is why we should really test this stuff in advance. How do I change the microphone in
That's right, everyone clap at the same time so we have an audio sync.
I
No,
can't
I'm
push
okay
to
with that.
talk and clap at the same
Audio
time.
sync. We're not doing this.
Okay, does that sound better when it eventually comes through on the stream? Because I've manually set the microphone to be my headset microphone.
Oh. I mean, it just sounds like you're speaking through it sounds like you're speaking through a slinky or something.
That is very strange.
Kralik, you got the wrong thumbnail.
You mean I've got the wrong thumbnail?
You got the Team Fortress 2 Classic thumbnail.
No, I don't. Wait, what?
No,
I definitely changed
he doesn't.
this. I definitely changed this.
No, he's good.
No, this is what I got on my end. Unless
Looks good on my end.
Well,
It's good
you're
on my
wrong.
end too.
Yeah, it looks good on my end as well.
Your end is wrong.
I
Okay.
guess it
Again,
is.
those in the YouTube audience, please have a little bit of patience. We'll be right to it in a minute. Okay. Alright, and I sound funny, do I? Right, okay. God damn it. All right,
Yeah, if
good.
you give it a listen.
You sound okay. You sound like a typical British person. There's nothing bad about it.
Properties, microphone. I mean, it's using the correct microphone.
Let me listen to it again.
Like, is it bearable? Keep in mind, I do have a new headset, so maybe that's just it. I'm hoping that's
It's-
not the case, but you know.
I think it's more bearable than what it was before.
I could also
We
just
pointed
turn
it
my
out.
microphone thing up so it's not de-gaining it. That'll make me a bit louder as well.
We're still experiencing technical difficulties, guys.
Does it sound better?
Let me give it a listen.
Again, patience please, audience. Sorry about all this.
I
Sounds
don't
good,
think it's
though.
that bad. I think it's
Yeah.
I don't think it's a big deal. I mean you're still audibly.
Yeah.
I don't think
Good,
it's
though.
that
Still
bad.
hear you.
I think
Okay.
it's I don't think it's a big deal. I think
We'll
I
just
mean it's
hit
still
you twice. Pretty
audibly
much, but-
fine, really.
Yeah.
I don't think it's
Though.
that
Still
bad.
hear you.
I think
Okay.
it's not like unbearable.
Oh, I just heard myself on the stream. Are you sure that's just not my microphone? Because I don't think it's a good one. Right, okay. That's fine. Right, as long as people can hear me, that's the important thing. Right, I'm just gonna
Yeah,
go back
you're
into
fine, you're
background
fine.
one real quick, so it's actually good and all that. Gonna turn up the volume on a couple of things so we've got good volume. All right, that is what I'm doing. Here we go. All right, everybody, welcome to the Raisin Bar Redux Division 1.2 developer stream. Sorry about the technical difficulties. There's always going to be some. Me and the rest of the team are here today to stream Division 1.2, our most recent release. We are streaming a slightly patched version from the very first version. This is currently on ModDB. You can go and give it a go if you want. There's nothing crazy in it. It's just got a couple of fixes and that kind of thing. Okay, and with me I have a bunch of my developers. I'm going to ask them to introduce themselves as I go down the list of people. So can we get an introduction, please, from well, Amicus can't currently talk, but he's our new Grigori voice actor. You might hear from him. CW.
Hey, I am the voice actor for G-Man. in Raising the Bar Redux, and music composer, and voice of Metrocops.
Yep.
It's kind of fancy.
Entity.
Hello, everyone. I go by Entity in the SMC, at least. But yeah, I go by Entity. I voice Barney Calhoun. I voice the Elite Metro Cops in RTBR. I also do music composing, and I do a little bit of sound work involving some soundscape work I've done as well. And what else? That's it, really. Yeah.
Okay. Val.
Hello, my name is Val. I'm a 3D artist, predominantly a hard surface artist. Done doing weapons, vehicles, other stuff for TBR in general, and whatever is required in terms of 3D for the mod.
Cool. Flash.
Hello, I am Flashius. I am the voice actor for the console and also latent level designer as of recent.
Cool. Fodder.
Hello, I'm Fodderstomp. I'm a level designer of moderate skill.
Okay. Game Boy.
Hey, I'm Eric Stark. I go by GameBoy555. I did the posters as seen in Division 1.2. I have done the trailer. I also help out with PR and host game nights.
Cool. Iridium.
Hi, I'm Iridium. I do blackout mapping for right now Division 2, and as of recently, I've started doing some programming for RTBR.
Cool. We also have Lassie, who's a new level designer working on Division 2. They don't have a microphone. We also have Mark, a playtester, who playtested Division 1. We have Name, who has written out a paragraph. Entity, do the honors.
Entity.
I don't think he's there. Someone.
Okay, Flash, could you read out Name's response for me, please?
Pardon me.
No worries,
Yeah,
go on, Entity.
I'm Name's voice actor for the current moment here. I'm Name. I do music and some sound design work, generally helping with things. This is my first composition job on any project, and I'm glad that Kralik chose me to do work in RTBR, and I'm glad people are liking the music.
Cool. Okay, we have also Random Cat, who did the particle effects in Division 1.2. Next, we have Sloth.
Hey, I'm Sloth. As last time, I am a sound designer and also co-lead.
There we go. And lastly, Stabbard.
Hello, I am Stabbard, and I am an epic playtester. And I also help out alone.
Nice. Okay, cool. So that's not the whole team. There's like about 30 other people that aren't in here right now. But that's a good chunk of the team and a good chunk of the people that worked on Division 1. A lot more people who worked on Division 1 are not currently in here. Obviously, I will be sitting through the whole of the credits so that everybody can see all the names of all the people that worked on RTBR and made this happen. A big thank you to everyone who has worked on the project. We're all very proud of our work, and I am very proud of everyone. So thank you all very much. Okay, cool. So we're going to start on the menu. I'm going to restart it again. That ambient track in the background is by name. Before I talk about a few of the changes that we made to this so far, also I just realized I should stream this to my developers. Bear me 1 minute. There we go.
Before you do, we already have questions, so shall we address those as well?
Let's handle the background first, and then before we get into the game, we'll do everything else. Name, would you like to talk about this track that you composed in the background here? If you have anything in particular
Name
to
is
say
currently typing. Okay, so the menu track that plays is a general ambient piece made by me. It's one of the samples used in one of Half-Life's tracks. Oh, wait, sorry. Pardon me. It's one of the samples used in one of Half-Life 1's tracks.
I should specify Entity will also be voicing Name and anyone else who doesn't have a microphone on the team who is in the voice chat and on the stream. Even so, and that's why I'll be specifically prompting him to read out certain people's answers. Okay, and also, Flash is going to be reading questions from the thing. Cool. Name, do you have anything else to add before we move along?
It's a callback to the original game, but it creates an atmosphere of uncertainty, getting the player ready for the adventure, I guess.
Cool. Okay, so okay. So regarding
Apparently,
the
we
venue
have
background,
problems with your microphone.
well, we've had problems with the microphone already a little bit so far, so I'm not terribly surprised. As long as I can be heard, that's fine. Wait, is something extra weird happening to my
Well,
voice
people
now?
are saying your voice sounds horrible, very echoey, and Sloth is saying he thinks OBS or something is picking up your voice multiple times.
This is very annoying.
It just sounds like you're speaking through a ventilation shaft, but other than that, it sounds okay to me.
Okay. I don't know why that's happening at all.
You sound
Can we-
echoey.
Can we get it to pick up Discord audio directly?
Yes, but I don't think it picks up my voice otherwise. I think it would pick up everybody else's. That's where the desktop audio comes in, I think. Okay, right. Actually, I could. Well, if I mute myself on Discord, no one's gonna be able to hear me. So that's not gonna be productive. Okay. Does it sound better now, or is it just going through a phase, or is it still being funny?
Hold on. Let me listen.
Testing.
Oh, you're gathering the questions, right, Flash?
Yes, I have one already lined up from Jehovah Harvey in a minute.
It's still
Good
being a
man.
bit funny. That's annoying. I don't know what's
Okay.
up with that.
I don't know what's up with that either, because it's fine in Discord, I assume.
Do you hear your own voice in OBS?
No.
Okay.
Very strange. Like, let me just.
It's a big deal.
The voice actor.
The elite Metro cops in RTBR. Any questions, right, Flash?
Yes, I have one already lined up from Jehovah Harvey in a minute.
Does your microphone, your webcam have a
Do
microphone?
you hear your own voice?
My webcam does have a microphone, yes.
Did you check the what mic OBS is using? I'm sure you did. But
You should
oh, hang
pull
on.
it
I think
out.
I know why that's happening. Hang on. Right,
Yeah.
right. Now tell me if that is better. In a minute, when it hopefully happens. Okay.
it's better.
Right. Okay. I think I have multiple of the same microphone set up in OBS for some
That's better.
silly
That's
reason.
better.
Right. This is
Yeah, it's
obscene.
better,
Right.
yeah.
Okay. Thank God. Let's move on. God Almighty. The amount of technical difficulties we're having. Like, I swear, plan out the whole stream. Technical difficulties happen immediately. Right.
The audio is much better now.
Great. Okay, that's good. Okay, cool. So anyway, I'll talk about this map a little bit, and we'll move on. Right. Okay. So this is a recreation of a particular Citadel concept art. It's nothing particularly new in Division 1.2 because we've had it in here for ages. But we did add a few things for this for Division 1.2. So first of all, we fixed the rope because that was broken before. There's a projected texture going on in here now, which you might be able to spot. And there's a nice big sprite which kind of gives the whole thing a little bit of a glowy ambient feel. Which was a cool suggestion by CW, who's been doing some stuff like that. And there's a little bit more of that elsewhere in the mod because of that technique that he suggested. So we'll see how that goes on. Okay. So we are going to get on with this now. Finally. Let me just make sure I've got everything turned on. Captioning, we want subtitles, videos, everything at max. Yep, that's good. Good. Okay, cool. We're going to be getting on with it now. And yeah. Actually, is there any questions that we should answer first before we
Yes.
get into this?
Right. Well, the first question we got, Jehovah Harvey asks, why does the Manhack arcade come later in the game instead of the beginning?
It just does. To be honest, I don't have a more detailed answer other than that's just how we planned the storyline. I guess it was to have a good spread of like the various cut content things, and because we wanted Console Plaza to be later on, instead of earlier on, because we wanted it to be kind of a combat map. Obviously, RTBR turns into combat quite early, so we kind of end up kind of fighting around the inside of City 17 a lot more than you did in Half-Life 2, as opposed to anything else. Right, any other questions?
I got two more. Colleton EXE asks, what is your favorite moment in the mod? Question goes to everyone on stream.
That is going to take us a while. Can we answer a question like that at the end of the stream? Because I would have
Sure,
prompted
we'll
everyone.
leave that for later. All
Because
right.
otherwise we're going to be here for another 20 minutes. So next.
All right.
We will
Next
come back to that, though.
question. Lono Films asks, well, it's several questions. What is it like having multiple composers on the team? Do they work on the same tracks or individual tracks? And how do you keep each track sounding consistent between composers?
Okay, so regarding having multiple composers on the team, and the same tracks, individual tracks, etc. So every composer composes their own tracks. Sometimes there's like suggestions from other composers, but we don't have multiple people working on the same track as a general rule. Regarding what is it? The tracks sounded consistent. We've deliberately picked composers that have a style that is very similar to what we want to go for overall. This is how we keep the track sounding pretty similar in terms of tonality and all that. Cool. Next.
Yeah, and Name also wanted
go on
to
then,
add
go
one
on
thing
then,
to that,
yeah.
and I agree with this. For I would say all of us as music composers, we generally work on separate tracks. We all have slightly separate styles, but we all keep within the theme of Half-Life 2 and just the overall atmosphere of Half-Life. And I agree with that. I'm sure CW can as well.
Yeah.
CW, if you want to add something to that as well.
Yeah, I think it also, with the consistency stuff, it also comes down to like various sample stuff that we use within our tracks. So a lot of us have got like 0G sample packs and stuff. So that's got some very similar sounding stuff in there.
Yeah, that
But,
really helps.
yeah.
That really helps the whole overall feel of the soundtrack and keeping it consistent with Half-Life, because really the sample packs that Kelly Bailey used, as well as Mike Moraski, because they both use the same thing. It really does help maintain that feel and make it familiar. So that really helps a lot. Just the sample packs that they originally used.
And we give each other feedback and stuff when we post.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Okay, let's move on to the next question, please, Flash.
There's a couple of them. I'm not so sure which ones to go through, but have we been in contact with Viktor Antonov, who is the art designer for Valve, the Bulgarian man who led the art design for Half-Life? Have we basically been in contact with him or any other people for unreleased things or unfinished things?
Okay, so we haven't been in contact with Viktor Antonov, but we have actually been in contact with current and ex-Valve developers regarding content from Half-Life 2. There's some things that we've been able to glean from them that we think will give us the ability to kind of use some interesting stuff to use in RTPR. We obviously published a good, like 6 to 7 months ago now, an interview that we did with Travis Brady, who worked on Half-Life 2 before it came out. Who made T-Bot and some other stuff, some never before seen information about T-Bot, which we will be putting to good use in RTBR. We have spoken to other ex-Valve developers, although we haven't published our conversations with them just yet, which give us some information about where to go in future. Although by far the meatiest and most helpful conversation was with Travis, which is why that one's been publicized. If we do any other really cool interviews with them, then maybe we will post about that. But as of yet, that has been the most productive one. That's why that's posted. Let's have one more question. Let's have the next question long then, please, Flash. And then anybody else, please reserve your questions for a little while so we can play some of the actual mod.
I will keep them in stock and ask them when prompted. Last question by CY. He asks, is Division 2 expected to release this year, as well as not having too much patches released so you don't stick to one division for the whole year?
I don't want to commit to releasing Division 2 this year, but we are making good progress on that. So, like, maybe. The reason I don't want to commit is not because I don't think we'll be able to do it necessarily, but because, if someone's dad or mum dies and we have to, shut down a really crucial aspect of development, I don't like to make promises, so we just basically have as much fluidity to develop as we want. That doesn't mean I don't think we can do it, or that we're not really on track to make good progress this year on Division 2 and beyond. It just means that I don't want to commit to an answer Regarding actually making patches, though, we are looking to have Division 2 come out in such a good state that we won't have to do any significant follow-up patches besides maybe something the size of Division 1.1, where we kind of did some bug fixes and some other things, and like tweaked a couple of other things that was common feedback. But we're aiming to not have to do a really massive patch again, because that was kind of a one-time only thing to kind of refine our workflows. But we have a much more refined workflow now than we did before. So yeah, okay, cool. All other questions, please retain them for a little bit, and we'll come back to them in a
before
while.
you start, I'd just like to say you can keep asking your questions. They will be saved, and they will be asked when I am prompted to read them out.
Cool. Okay, so we'll probably touch base at the start of the next map, but we'll just go through a map at a time, and then maybe take some more questions as each map begins.
And
Okay.
just one thing, pardon me, I'm really bad with names. I forgot to mention my name. I also go by my name, Sam Warren, entity Uchu Gun, which is my music composer name. But I just want to put that out there. Apologies.
No worries. Cool. Right, let's get going. The intro.
Rise and shine, Mr. Freeman.
Just to clarify,
You've
we're going to
been
play this
waiting
through
for
just as it is,
quite
and then I'm going to
some
restart the
time
map, and we're
now.
going to go through it as developers.
Not that the
Mainly
passage
because
of
this is
time
not this
has
is a
held
directed map,
much
so obviously I
meaning
can't
for
stop
you.
and look at things or whatever. So
But
we will go through it
elsewhere,
again as
things have
developers,
been a
and we
bit
will do some quick fire
complicated.
information on the development of this map
Reality
between
has
Division
a
1 and 1.2.
curious
So for
manner
this one, it's
of
just going to be let's just watch it.
Wouldn't you agree? Do not be concerned with what you see. We're not really here. Not yet. 10 years is a long time, Mr. Freeman. A lifetime for some. Events change and people grow complacent. They've forgotten the happenings of the past. The scars have healed, and the sense of pride has all but vanished. You, however, have not forgotten. You remember your friends. You remember the feeling of freedom. You remember the sky. It was no time at all for you. In times of trouble, man has always looked for someone to emulate. An initiator. Climb aboard, Mr. Freeman. It's time to wake up.
Since we're going into the level change, do you mind if I can talk about that track?
We are going to restart the map and go through it now as developers.
Okay.
So whilst we're here, do you want to talk about the track a bit? Because we're in the console thing here anyway, so we've got a quiet moment to talk about it.
Yeah, sure. So as you probably noticed, the track for the intro for the G-Man speech I made more dynamic with the scene itself. I decided it would be nice for sounding and be more epic, for lack of a better term. Being more cinematic. I added that kind of synth that you hear that's kind of dynamic that goes with G-Man's speech to give it more, give more of an impact to what he's saying. Because, like you're in this weird cosmic chamber of, whatever his influence is. So I thought it would be nice to add that little detail to the music to have it be more dynamic as well, hand in hand with what he's saying. Like even after, like I noticed like when I was trying to sync up the music in the scene while I was making it, every time he would say time, like mention the word time, like I noticed that it happened to sync up with the cinematic synth. So that was a lot of fun to make. So yeah, I made it a little bit more dynamic to the scene itself and made it a little bit more cinematic. And instead of it just kind of playing over the scene itself. I thought it would be great to have it, be involved with the speech. And I also added the anti-mass spectrometer sound. I made it really subtle. And a name. Thanks to Name for adding that footnote and the recommendation there. Appreciate it, buddy. You kind of hear the anti-mass spectrometer, and like you can even subtly hear it get a little bit more distorted as the track goes on, as that sound plays on, really. So yeah, that was really fun to make. I made it that whole distortion, the anti-mass spectrometer becoming more distorted. It was supposed to symbolize the fact that this is a darker world that you're in. This isn't just normal Half-Life 2 where everything is more butterflies and rainbows. But it's really supposed to emphasize that this is a darker world that you're in. And yeah, that's basically it.
Cool. Okay, thank you, Entity. CW, do you want to add anything about your G-Man impression? I know that I've asked you to talk about it several times. I'm sure you've been talked about it many times, but I'm just wondering if you want to give a quick cliff notes to anybody who may not have heard it before.
Yeah, sure. So I do believe this. So the original recording that I did way back when I joined was in like 2017, I think. And we shipped that with 1.1, so we re-recorded it for 1.2 because I got a new setup and stuff for extra recording quality. And for 1.2, we extended the actual initial intro script that we had. So, I mean, that was fun to record. I love doing G-Man shit. Not sure what else to add.
All right, no worries. It's all good. It's a good impression, basically.
Yes.
Very epic. Basically, we re-recorded all of it and we re-implemented it and extended the scene for Division 1.2. Right, okay, so I'm going to restart it and I'm going to talk about it a bit because this was one of the maps I did. So it was my job basically to revamp this map otherwise in terms of visuals and the choreography and stuff. So I'll talk about that, I guess, as we go through.
Rise and shine, Mr. Friedman.
It's pretty similar until the first teleport sequence.
Been waiting
so I'm just
for
going to leave that for a
quite
minute.
some time now. Not that the passage of time has held much meaning for you, but elsewhere things have been a bit complicated. Reality has a curious manner of advancement. Wouldn't you agree? Do not.
Okay, so coming into this bit, we basically have an idea for Wasteland to put like citizen shanty towns around the place. This is a little teaser of that.
10 years is a long time.
For the record, point view control is not an entity I'm terribly familiar with, so making all this work took quite a bit of experimentation, you know. This idea of the scene that slowly fades in behind here was actually the idea of another of our playtesters who's not here, Katronix. He had the idea that in order to make this whole speech sequence here, that usually just takes place in a black box, more interesting, why don't we have a scene of the oppression of City 17 fade in the background? So we fade it in first, obviously. We fade in the building, then we fade in the light entities and the models, and then finally we fade in the citizens. So here a new player sees scanner, citizens, cop, industrial worker at the back left, and then it's gone. It just basically helps give the scene a little bit more meat, I suppose, rather than just sitting here listening to the G-Man talk. Fun as it is to listen to CW do his G-Man voice, it can be also better to have something going on in the background.
Climb aboard.
And this last teleportation sequence is just because we got to get him on the train, so it makes sense. For train station, and the lighting in here naturally conspired to make quite an interesting vista. Okay, we're coming into train station now. This was work between me and Skizix. Did Skizix join here? And I just haven't seen him join yet, or is he not here with us?
Skizix is currently not here.
He will be here probably in like 10 or so minutes, he said.
Okay, so probably once we're done with train station then. So if he joins in the middle of train station, I will go back to the bits he did. Otherwise, right now, I'm just going to point out the bits he did. And I'll just talk about the bits I did. So, part of what I did was I expanded the 3D skybox a lot. So you see there's more buildings, there's also side streets, there's more buildings down here. And yeah, I basically just wanted to make this sequence where you come into the train station a little bit more interesting by adding in more detail and all of that. The train also has a different sound, so that sounds a little bit more interesting. Yeah.
It actually has a looping sound now. It doesn't stop halfway through.
It's using the Razor train movement sound in case anyone was curious. As you can see, there's just a little bit more detail around the place, like these power areas and that kind of thing. Now, one of the really big suggestions of this area that doesn't seem like a big suggestion at first, but actually makes the game needs to be made a little bit quieter. I'm being told on YouTube. I'll move that down a little bit. Was removal of a canopy there. The reason why, says Catronics, the playtester, was in order to give the Citadel a little bit more view, so that as you're coming down you see the Citadel in the background. So a couple of things, I'll say this now because this applies for every single map. So the Citadel fog kind of was taking a lot of work. We kind of did this at the 11th hour pretty much, making the fog look really, really nice. But that is big thanks to Cvox, who wrote up a detailed tutorial for me, and then I handled making all the fog look nice. So thank you, Cvox, for your help on that. We couldn't have made it look as nice as this without your detailed breakdown, because it's all very well and good to say the fog needs to look better, but Cvox made a very nice detailed breakdown, as he regularly does. When he actually sees an issue, he actually notes down how we could go about fixing it. So thank you, Cvox.
Skizix joined, by the way.
That's fine. So I will prompt Skizix in a sec about this next upcoming area, because a lot of this was Skizix. I only did a little bit here, so I will prompt Skizix. Otherwise, the new Citadel model is by Freeman, who has since unfortunately had to bounce because he's got a lot of real life commitments that have come up as a result of last year, because obviously last year was a mess. And let's be honest, this year isn't shaping out any better so far, but you know, all things considered, Freeman Citadel being the last thing that he made for RTBR is really, really awesome. It's probably the coolest thing I think that he's made for us. It really stands out. It brings that concept, that old concept with the arcade with the star in front of it to life, and I really like it. The spotlights and stuff, we use some map-based specific flags to actually make these work a bit better. I'm sure you could get them to work in normal Half-Life 2, but map-base has helped us out a lot with that. Obviously, RTBR Division 1.2 is on map-base. And the last thing that is consistent across all maps is a lot of maps in Division 1.2 actually use this skybox here. In fact, I think all of them do, and the outside ones besides Industrial. So we have a projected texture in the skybox that casts an orange lamplight, basically, from the sun to make it look like sunlight, and this comes up pretty nicely in all the maps. Yeah, so we're just going to come down into this area now. Okay, so Skizix, are you here, mate?
I am, hi.
Good man, talk about this area.
Talk about this area, okay. Let me just start off by saying that I have to give Father credit for at least 90 to 95% of everything you see right here. I just needed to improve on it. Let's say lighting and detail in the stores. I wanted some extra, a little bit of the scene with the Metro cops. Right to the right at the start, with the green lighting. When you come down the stairs, I wanted the player to sort of immediately feel like, okay, what is this dark area and what are those glowing eyes in the distance? So I try to make that a little bit menacing right there. And if you go further down the hall, Let me see. Right there at the fences. I actually had it more outside, like sort of a baggage check. Just a little scene to make it a little bit more alive. It was, yeah, it didn't feel as alive. So I think, Krellic, I think you moved it into the store.
Yes,
Did you?
yeah, Catronics suggested moving it into the store, but keeping
Yeah.
these cordons outside,
Exactly.
because you could fuck about with the cops quite easily and throw props at them, and they wouldn't move because obviously we don't want to mess up the scripted sequence, right?
Exactly.
So
It's a
the
little too
idea
easy.
was, yeah, the idea was move them in here so that they actually can still do their sequence, and so we still have that life
Yeah.
that you added. So this is kind of like a combination. But Skizik still did this idea. I just kind of moved it about a bit and then added some fences. So that's still Skizik's credit there for this whole idea.
Exactly, yeah. And I try to make as much detail like the graffiti everywhere and the dirt. I tried to tell just a tiny bit of a story. Like the Metro Police or the Combine don't really care about this area, and then once you move into the actual train station, then it's just a little bit more cleaner because that's actually their area. And this is made to feel a little bit more the poor side, you know.
Yeah. So I just want to draw attention to one thing real quick. You might notice that with the stun sticks,
Ooh.
there is a E light on this. Basically, this is a nice little orange flickering light that Iridium coded in on the stun sticks. It was suggested by Cvox, coded in by Iridium, to basically make a nice little subtle orange glow. There's
Wow.
only, I think, one Metrocop in Division 1.2 that you fight in combat with a stun stick, but if you piss off any Metrocops up to this point, then you will notice this, and it looks very nice. Obviously, we're using Fong and stuff on the Metrocops and all that, so the light reflects off of them quite nicely, and it was a great
Yeah.
feature. That was kind of another feature added to the 11th hour. That was a if we can, and Iridium miracle worker that he is pulled out a lot of features out of his ass at the 11th hour, so well done there. And right next to him, seeing as we're right here anyway, obviously we redid the Half-Life 2 Metrocop graffiti to be our own cops. That was Clatronics' work. It came out really, really nicely. If you see normal Half-Life 2 graffiti modified in some way, it's probably Clatronics. Posters was more Game Boy's domain. And in fact, Clatronics also created a lot of brand new graffiti for Division 1.2. There's none here because it didn't exist at the time of this being Art Pass, but we will see some as we go along, and I will draw attention to it. So as we come into this area here, let's get as close to the screen as possible.
Citizens. You have arrived within the walls of City 17, having been relocated to one of the finest remaining industrial centers. City 17's manufacturing yield is such that my administration within the Citadel was established here. Whilst your work detail is organized, you will find the relevant environment gear provided by your overseers. Remember, the true citizen serves their duty to the Combine and to your consul.
Okay, so that's our consul. So is Egon here? I don't know if he's popped in when I wasn't looking.
He's currently not here.
Okay, so then I will just say that Egon did the revised head model for the console. A big problem people had with the initial console was that he just looked like Breen, but bald. Egon basically remade the console head from scratch, resculpted it, and then added in all the facial flexes. We don't know if necessarily all characters are going to get this treatment, but basically we are going to be doing this for a couple of principal characters that it might be worth doing.
City 17's manufacturing yield is such that my
whilst we're here, Flash, would you like to talk about this a little bit, considering this is you talking right now?
Well, generally speaking, I was put on this project to voice the console, handed in some lines. I tried to make it as close to the original voice lines we got from the beta as possible. Originally, there was also going to be Esperanto in the background, voiced by me as well, but we had that cut because you couldn't really... It interfered with the console's voice lines, so that was cut in the end. So there's a little fun fact for you, cut content of RTBR.
Yeah, we can make our own Raising the Bar book at this point. Go on, Flash.
Other than that, there's not isn't much else to talk about. I think the voice lines came out all right. I help with the writing of some of the speeches. The secondary speech, for example, is 70% me, 30% Kralik in terms of writing.
Relocated to one of the
Yeah.
finest remaining industrial centers.
Cool. In terms of the art passing, I did a lot of art passing inside this atrium area. I say a lot of art passing. I basically moved some textures around and added some extra brushes. I didn't do anything crazy in here.
You will find the relevant
But broadly speaking, the improvements across this map were thanks to Skizix. I didn't do any notable standout areas besides one or two, which I guess I'll point out, but most of this is Skizix. So whilst I'm not going to prompt him to talk about every inch of the map, and stuff, I do just want to give him the credit because he has done a lot of the art passing in this for Division 1.2. This, by the way, is the CW effect with this little red thing here with that little spotlight. Right.
We're about to see some Metrocops here, so maybe CW could talk about his new elite, sorry, not elite, but Metrocop lines for the normal ones.
Yep, very well could do in just a tick. That's pretty much the only standout area I added, but it's completely new, this interaction with the industrial workers and stuff. It's basically meant to show that if you're an industrial worker, you probably get preferential treatment by the Combine. That's why that one over there is getting away with just leaning next to the cop. And if they were a little bit closer, I probably would have done a scene with them where they were actually chatting, but they're not closer, so yeah. Cool.
There's also the posters.
Yeah. Oh, there are also the posters. Is this a good place to talk about them? I guess there's two of them there, but we could just prompt about the next ones. Right, so let's go Game Boy next. These posters are both new. Would you like to talk about these a bit?
Yeah. Actually, one of them I might touch up a bit later, the Metro Police. So both of them were done different methods. So one thing I would do, just so I had like a good reference, is I would either bring in like the existing model into Blender or into SFM, get a pose. For the Cremator, I did it using an app on my iPad called Procreate. I did a charcoal drawing out of it. As for the Metro Police, I did a vectorized drawing of it. I would draw like the base color of it and then add some like little details to it. I would take both images, throw it into Photoshop, add texture and dirt. I changed the font. On one of them, I didn't change it to the Metro Police yet, but the 17 is different. I forgot what the font is called, but for the text font, it's called Genizo. Other than that, that's basically it. There's also the new Citadel in there.
Yeah. So this one uses our Division 1 Citadel, but not the 1.2 Citadel, because this was made before we had the brand new one. But, yep, that's all good. Cool. There are more Game Boy posters. I will prompt him about those in particular when we get there. So for now, let's go to here. I assume Andy isn't here, but these Metrocops are of course Andy's work. If you see creatures or enemies in this mod, it is 99% of the time Andy. He does incredible, amazing creature and enemy work. I know that some people have said they look a bit different, but everything that Andy has modeled looks different, and it does RTBR a lot of good work in making it stand out and have its own style, so that is intentional. Nonetheless, it is inspired from the cut concepts in terms of the broad design of things, in terms of how the color scheme generally looks, yeah, it's really grown on me. I really like it. Maybe even prefer it to Half-Life 2's, honestly, as I do with most of Andy's work. CW, would you like to talk about the process it was recording over 300 Metrocop lines?
Oh, for fuck. Okay, so so this was a task that I gave myself, and this was simply because I knew I had the knowledge that we were getting new models, and generally I didn't want them to clash with Half-Life 2's original voice lines. It wouldn't feel right to me. So what I gone ahead and do. Sorry, I'm really tired at the moment. What I've gone ahead and done is I experimented in Audacity with a vocoder effect, and I brought it to Kralik, I think, to see if I could get the green light on that, and you know, I was. there was a couple variations of the vocoder I think that I tried, but I ultimately ended up with this one, and it's done really good. And it even appears a few times in some of I think it appears later in terminal as well for scripted sequence, but I will get to that probably. But yeah, this vocoder effect is very handy. It's very easy to make. It was just a lot of work to re-record every single Metrocop line that existed, and also find out that Valve made some typos that I had to make sure that were typoed in the actual sound file name, which was annoying, but
it's actually kind of funny.
Alright. The Elite Cop was of course revoiced by Entity and a new filter done by him and Name, but I will prompt you guys to talk about that when we meet our first Elite Cop in Terminal, alright? So we will get to that. Alright, so let's keep going throughout train station.
Greetings, citizens. You have arrived within the walls of City 17, having been relocated to one of the finest remaining.
So the citizen gets vibe check sequence is still within RTBR. It would have been nice to change that, I think, and do something a bit more complicated, but we didn't really get around to it. So yeah, it's a simple answer there. But I don't mind the sequence anyway. I like it fine. Yeah.
Remember,
by all means.
the true citizen serves their duty to the
This guy is not quite as happy about being here anymore.
Good things come to those who wait.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I just saw that message. I have got it on my phone, but I still want you to read out the questions, Flash. So I don't have to constantly look down. But I just saw this question. I'm just going to answer it for the benefit of the people on the stream. The fact that when you impulse 101, all the other weapons aren't visible is intentional. You will get them when they're ready. And if you impulse 101 and find a bunch of unfinished content, that's on you.
When you impulse 101 in Division 7, all the weapons will be there.
Those are our stenographers, chasm workers. Obviously this elevator starts, so we can't get a proper good look at them. But we have new character models as the industrial workers as they go past as well.
Within the Citadel was
She's not very happy.
Whilst your work detail is organized, you will find the relevant environment gear provided.
I just want to say that this suggestion to make this glass was also another suggestion by Contronics, who thought that this area would look much better if you could actually see the glass there as well. And they were absolutely right. So yeah, cool. I'm going to stop at this citizen to say a few words on behalf of Lisa, who is a character modeler. So Lisa, who's a new character modeler on the mod, did a bunch of citizen models and variants not too long before Division 1.2 came out. Our previous character modeler, Mohammed, who did, for example, the Consul, Mossman, G-Man, and some others, had to bounce, and so we had Lisa on board to kind of pick up where he left off. These models are all very well optimized, they're all very well made, and Egon rigged them, because you can't trust me to rig bipeds all the time. Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. Yeah, so Lisa's work is really good. It allowed us to do lots of variety right off the bat. It's actually really easy to add extra citizen variants in the code. Really easy, in fact. Blixabon advised me a bit on that particular bit. Yeah, these character models I think really work. They're very faithful and they stand up really nicely. In terms of why we picked the E3 citizen, we basically had an internal forum discussion where we spoke in voice chat and basically went through every known citizen variant, and first of all, amongst about 10 of us, picked out about I think it was 3 or 4 candidates to vote on as a team, and then I put a vote to the whole team on those remaining 3 or 4 candidates, and the E3 citizen won. So that is why they are the E3 citizens. The industrial workers, obviously, and the Borealis workers, which we will see later, briefly, was something from
was established here. We list
leak
your work
files.
detail is
And the
organized. You
stenographer's
will
chasm
find the
worker also
relevant
from the leak
environment
files.
gear provided by
yeah.
your overseers.
So this area with
Remember,
Skizix
the
being
true
amazing again.
citizen
Skizix, would
serves
you like to
their
talk
duty
about
to
this
the
hallway and this
Combine
atrium?
and to your
Sure, no problem. Let me see. Well, I just improved on what Father gave me to start with, and well, I saw some classical elements, just white and stone, and I just brought it out through the entire part of this room, and also the columns, and I also improved on the lighting, the volumetric lighting at the dome right there. Just improving on like the continuity, like where are we, and I sort of corrected where the direction of the light came from. And if you look down more, like to the, let me see, to the dispensers.
City 17's manufacturing
To the left,
yield is such that
bottom.
my administration
There we go.
within the Citadel
I just made it a
was
little bit more
established
like fencing, like it
your
should
work
have a
detail is
functionality and not
organized.
just be
You will
like
find
there's an
the
object
relevant
and that's where you get the food.
environment gear provided by your
Also,
overseers.
if you look
Remember,
back, if you turn
the
around
true
180,
citizen serves their duty to the Combine.
more tables. I wanted to have more of a little bit of a functional, very small cafeteria, and maybe you can get some sandwiches right here, or just a closed store that they don't use anymore, and just improved on detail and texturing. Also, sort of to the right, like the blue telephone. Yeah, that part. Yeah, it's not a model, but I just wanted to give it a little bit more attention. Like this was usable, but yeah, we don't do that anymore. I don't think they're able to call each other anymore. I think that's illegal.
Yeah, it might be.
It's just a guess.
Maybe. Yeah, otherwise I think that's all good. I don't see any new posters here besides the ones we've already talked about, and that one we talked about in a Division 1 stream. I will just summarize for Cliff Notes. Basically, we took our Breen model at the time and put him into SFM and then put him in the poster. Yeah, this will probably get redone at some point with the new console face, though, yeah, well, that'll get done when it gets done from Game Boy. Okay, cool. So before we get into Terminal, Flash, would you like to read out some more questions?
Sure. Just one sec.
How many should
Right.
we read out?
Colleton EXE.
I'll give it 10
wait,
I'll
no,
give it
after
max
that.
of 10
Unoriginal person asks, will Cheeple be an actual citizen?
Nope.
Next one. Will Harvey asks, is Depot going to appear in Division 2 or 3?
3.
Colleton again asks, how many custom Metro Cop voice lines have you guys made?
Counting the elite ones, as well as some of the other new ones, over 600.
I think it's also, we can also talk about the actual custom Metro Police characters that we have that have all custom dialogue as well.
Yeah, including those, that puts us at over 600.
So a lot.
Next.
Maslin Bruner asks, are you using a combination of retail citizen voice lines and beta voice lines?
Just
for your
retail
mod?
citizen voice lines, and we will re-record, and we will record some new ones, as we will hear in Terminal in a little bit, if we need them, basically. Cool. Next.
I would like to point out at this time that all of the questions that I had saved magically disappeared, so I was in the middle of relisting them, so give me a minute.
Relocated
No
to
worries.
one of the finest remaining industrial centers.
I'll answer from...
City
Oh, sorry, no,
17's
go on.
manufacturing yield
Standard
is
Zombie
such that
asks,
my
will you guys
administration
add the slam as a weapon?
Citadel
No.
was established here. We list your work detail is
Oh,
organized.
I guess I ought to explain
You will
that
find
philosophy a
the
little bit more,
relevant
because I know that
gear
throwables were quite prominent in the
provided by
beta.
your
I don't feel
Remember,
throwables add as
the
much to the
true
sandbox as
citizen
actual
serves
guns.
their duty to
And
the
in terms of what I
Combine
want to do for
and
RTBR
to
as a
your
combat
console.
overhaul mod first with the beta as a set dressing effectively, I want to cherry pick the bits and also invent new functionality for some of those beta bits that I think will contribute more to the weapon sandbox. And none of the throwables, including the slam, really feel like they add as much, and it would feel like just a lot of work for not as much gain. And we could instead put those hours into something like making the guard gun more usable, or the immolator, or doing something interesting with the eye rifle, which we have something very interesting planned, but I don't want to spoil it. Go on, Flash.
Next question is a bit big, so I think it would be better to ask it in reverse. The question is by Daniel Guard, and they ask, which enemies are going to be put in the mod? I think it'd be better to address which enemies aren't going to be put in the mod.
Yeah, so the problem with this question is that I have one of my co-leads, Ambient Noise, made a document where he noted down every single enemy cut from both Half-Life 1 and Half-Life 2, and where we could put them if we wanted to, the benefits and drawbacks to gameplay, and also noted down ideas for how they could function. So we have a master document that has every single enemy in Half-Life 2 in it to some extent, and it is this that I am referring to sometimes when I'm deciding what to go where. But this list is becoming increasingly locked down of deciding how it all works. I'm actually going to transition into Terminal because, as Cvox says, it's a bit distracting to have the console talking in the background, and this initial bit in Terminal is quiet. So let's just stay here for a minute. Okay. Yeah. So I'm just going to say right now that we are not doing the spear simps as an enemy, and we are also not doing the female assassins because that's also a common question. Besides that, I'm not going to. Also, I'm just going to say real quick, this was another suggestion by Catronics to basically make this area fit in a little bit better with the doors opening in the map instead of just being magically open. Okay. I'm otherwise not going to start going on more detail about what we are or are not going to do because we're going to be here for like 30 minutes otherwise on that. We're basically trying to bring back some of the things we think are cool, so the iconic ones plus some less well-known ones. But we're not doing all of them. If we don't do a thing in gameplay, that doesn't mean we're not going to do it as a cameo. We might have, we're not, for example, doing mortar simps, though I would like to do crab simps. But we might have, in a later release, mortar simps floating around the place in the background, but not engaging the player. For, just a little bit of interesting look. Okay, next question, please, Flash.
Let's see. Mark Zero asks, will the benefits of map base be spoken about on the stream?
I will point them out as we come across some specific visuals or logic scripting that was not possible without map base. Right, next.
Jehovah Harvey asks, how come the train ride in its full glory while going through the wasteland was cut?
Okay, because if there's already a 2-minute narrative sequence at the start of the mod where you listen to the G-Man, following that up with another couple of minutes of only narrative sequence where you just stand on a train didn't feel like a good idea. Also, because when we started working on the mod, we didn't have a solid idea of what the wasteland was going to look like yet for RTBR. So whilst we do now have a much better idea and have actually started working on the wasteland, since Division 2 is almost blocked out, so it means the blockout mappers are moving on to Division 3, which is the wasteland. That does not mean that we're going to add the wasteland train. In fact, we are not going to. It doesn't mean we're not doing a wasteland train of any kind, but yeah. Cool, next question.
Maslin Bruner asks, will Court, CSS Old Man Hostage, be a citizen variant, or is Dr. Kleiner going to be Dr. Korcht?
Court will be a separate character. Next.
Cvox asks, have you ever taken inspiration or game mechanic idea from your favorite game? Any examples?
Yes, actually. So the hidden revolver in Division 1 is because I think that Serious Sam's way of hiding very interesting weapons behind Easter eggs rewards exploration a lot. There will be a hidden weapon in every chapter. I'm not going to talk about what those weapons are. We're also not going to be showing anybody where they are until it is common knowledge in the community where they are and what they are. But otherwise, there will be a hidden weapon in every single division, besides maybe Division 7 because you've got them all at that point. But we'll see. Maybe we can work in something fun at that point. But by Division 7, every division should have a hidden weapon in it that you can't usually get in that division, which will hopefully make everything a little bit more interesting and stand out a bit more. Next, I'm going to start.
The console from the Half-Life 2 beta asks, is the particle storm going to appear in any way?
As a reference or cameo, but not in gameplay properly. Next.
CY asks, will there be a Molotov?
For citizens, maybe, but as I said earlier, no throwables. Next.
To add to that question, Maslin Brunner asks if citizens will be able to throw beer bottles and rocks.
I don't know. Next. We'll have to see on that. Basically, it's if it's relevant, but it won't be relevant till Street Wars in Division 6. So, and that's significantly down the line. So we're just gonna have to see how things go, I think, and if that contributes anything. Go on, Flash.
This is an interesting question. I'll reword it a little bit. Will AirX appear in RTBR?
Yes, Division 4 mostly focuses on the air exchange, in fact, and there's a question here about stream, and obviously when we release Division 4, we'll stream that as well. We're going to do a developer stream of every release. Right, I can see we're starting to actually get to the bottom of this list now, so let's just quick fire the next couple. Go on.
Steve Ox asks, do you plan to eventually become a total conversion mod with all the majority assets replaced, like by the time it's all done?
I would like, so my end goal is replace every enemy model, character model, weapon model. That latter is actually already done. Maybe like 80% of interaction sounds, but not normal ambient sounds. And we will have a lot of custom prop models, and maybe reskin a lot of Half-Life 2 models to look nicer. But we're not going to be doing things like replacing all the world textures and stuff. I like to think that doing that will already have the majority of the effect, right? Because if you change how the game sounds, how most of the interactables in the game look, the music, voice acting in a lot of things, and etc., then what that will result in is a game that feels different to play, even if we don't necessarily have to remake every single texture for that to happen. It's a bit of a pipe dream because ultimately I want to get this done. So these changes are if it's feasible, if it's possible. A lot of them have been feasible and possible so far, but total conversion we're going to have to see, because that would imply to me replacing absolutely everything, and I don't think that's going to happen. But, you know, 65 to 75% conversion, maybe we'll have to see. Next.
Ball Joint asks, how exactly do the goals of raising the bar differ from Dark Interval?
Well, someone has answered this in the thing, and I've answered this many times. I can't talk specifically about Dark Interval, because I'm not the development lead of Dark Interval, though he is here, but I also don't want to open up that can of worms, to go on for ages. So I will just very simply put it that RTBR's goal, at least, is, as I said earlier, a combat mod in the set dressing of the data, because my main problem with Half-Life 2 is its gameplay. I don't think the gameplay holds up at all. And this might just be because I am a monkey brain shooter fan, but I want this game to play better. So that is the main objective of RTBR. That is why we have put a lot of emphasis on combat and on new animations, and why we will be putting increasing emphasis going forwards on visual effects during combat, some of which is already visible in Division 1.2, and I will talk about. That's at least the goal of RTBR. To my knowledge, Dark Interval is not a combat mod in the set dressing of the beta. It's more of an atmospheric thing, right? I'm not going to go into any more specifics than that, so let's just move on.
I think that's fine. Jehovah Harvey asks, why was the original Raising the Bar mod cancelled?
Well, I don't think there's anyone currently in the room who was on that one. We do have people in the team who are on that one. As far as I understand it, motivation just ran out. The mod was in development for like 7 years or something before it got cancelled, so, you know. Next.
The console again asks, if a barnacle will appear, will they have armor like the head crabs? Basically asking if it's going to be redesigned in a similar vein as the head crabs.
Not in similar vein to the head crabs, but it will be redesigned. Next.
Those are basically all the questions, unless you want to answer. Adrian Permana asks, in this mod, are you adding old early storyline?
We are sampling from all the various eras of development to produce a combined storyline that hits on a bunch of beats. Not every single beat, but a bunch of them. Right, let's get going.
That's all the questions then. I apologize if I have missed any questions. My system completely removed all the questions in the middle of the stream, so I apologize for that.
No worries. So this map was mostly the brainchild of Dev during the period of Division 1.2's development. His goal obviously was just to up-pass everything, bring it all up a lot nicer. I did a bit more during playtesting. I'll talk about a few of the things I did, but Dev did broadly the visuals here. So the improved 3D skybox, the improved buildings around the place, the generally improved visuals and buildings, and also the brand new look inside what used to be the pipe building. I don't think Dev is here. If he were here, he would not have a microphone anyway, but I will show some of the key bits and I'll talk a little bit about that because I was quite in depth on that. So Dev added these nice things, these nice little phone booths, which are quite nice. They are from Cut Content, and you'll see that a lot of the things that Dev added were actually things from the WC Map Pack maps. He then revised them, improved them, and made them look nicer to basically hits upon some more of the main points from the WC Map Pack map of this. So I guess I'll just go around some of these. This sequence is no different from Division 1, of course. Besides the fact we have our new APCs. So we have now remade every single APC variant from the beta, including the shuttle. You'll see that later. As much controversy as that one caused. But this was done by Sapvik. Sapvik remade all of these and he did an amazing job. Sapvik has been consistently modelling for us for like 2 years now, so a big thank you to Sapvik. I don't know if he's in here or if he's watching or anything like that, but maybe he'll catch us later. He's great and we love him.
I'm ready to join Civil Protection just to get a decent meal. Know what you mean?
Okay, so this building and that sequence was suggested by Clitronics during testing, so I handled this. He basically suggested, well, if we made this building more interesting than just an execution, what if it was a recruitment center? So that is why there's some guys in there and why they talk about civil protection and all that. This is something that I really like the idea of, and so we sat down and we hashed it out because I think it's a concept seldom touched upon in Half-Life 2 mods, and I think it was a really cool suggestion to actually touch upon it ourselves. Whilst we're here, we have a completely original poster. So the previous two that we showed were obviously remakes of beta posters of our own models and designs and stuff. This is a completely original poster by Game Boy. So would you like to talk about your philosophy behind that? And whilst you do that, I'm just going to go use the bathroom, so bear with me just 1 minute, but go on, Game Boy.
Yes. So I just remember you brought up like an idea to me once, and then I sort of innovated it into this poster. I kind of wanted to make something that looks inspirational, where if you joined the Civil Protection, you could like go up to the ranks and lead a new era. Thus, like this guy who is holding an elite helmet. I also wanted to try out like a new color palette because I noticed like a lot of the posters, there's reds, there's not really any I would necessarily say that is kind of oranges, like kind of orangey like this one, besides the red Metro Police one. It was just more or less like an experiment with color palettes, which I'm going to continue doing with more and more posters that will come into the later divisions. And that's about it.
And yeah, Name wanted to mention the track that plays for Terminal. So Name says the track I made for Terminal is a modified version of Train Station from Half-Life 2. It's a callback to Half-Life 2, but the changes show that RTBR is not all just Half-Life 2 and not all just beta. Yeah.
Also, Game Boy, didn't you sort of made this in Source Filmmaker first?
Yeah, the posing was done in SFM. I mainly just grabbed like a Barney model and then I just like drew over it, and I also changed and modify a few things here and there. And funny fact, the reference for the guy who's holding the elite helmet, it's basically Barney holding like a Metro Police in his elbow.
You mean the helmet?
Yeah, the helmet.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks really cool. It's one of my favorite posters in the new poster lineup.
Cool, I am back, and I did have my phone with me, so I did hear most of that. Okay, cool, so, yep, that's good, no worries, I'm glad we're all touch with that. So that is cool.
We also mentioned names track and terminal as well.
Yeah, I heard that as well. That's good. Okay. So I'm just going to show a couple of things that are basically suggestions, again, by Catronics. One of his big suggestions that was pervasive across the entire thing was there needs to be more citizen sequences. We started doing a little bit of this, but what I actually decided to do in the end was I spoke with the testers and I specifically instructed them to note down areas where they think sequences could be added in the current thing, and then we handled most of that during and after testing before Division 1.2's release. So sequences like this
Can't
one,
you see I'm busy?
and then when you fuck around with one of these.
Leave it alone.
So both of these physics props actually have that trigger, but it only triggers the once, and it will only trigger on one of the two. That is actually, as simple as that might look, in order to get that working very smoothly and without any issues, map-based helped a lot, actually. I'm sure this is possible without map-based, but I couldn't think of a way to do it, and then I noticed that map-based added some new outputs and inputs that would let me handle that. So that was very nice. So that was a very nice, quick, little, easy thing that we could add. I see some more Game Boy posters on the left here. Game Boy, do you want to talk about these in a minute as well?
I would love to.
Okay, cool. So we'll come up to here.
That's how it always starts. First the building, then the whole block. They have no reason to come to our place. Don't worry, they'll find one.
Okay, that's just another sequence. We repurposed some sequences from Half-Life 2 when adding some of these new citizen sequences around the place, although a lot of them were just done with ambient generics from a target entity. Right, okay, so let's talk about these manhack posters then, Game Boy.
Yeah, there was actually a lot of thought that went into these posters. I really wanted to make something very colorful, which is also a result why there's two variants, because it was so hard to choose like which one. But basically, I grabbed like the citizen model and the new manhack, and I threw it into Blender, made it low res, and then did a poly like draw over in Illustrator, which induced this like little art style. I mostly wanted to make it kind of look like two interpretations. One, you can interpret this as like sort of a Terminator-esque like type poster where the citizen kind of looks like he has a glowing manhack eye, or the manhack is ripping through a citizen and it's destroying like the polygons out of it. The name was it came out with like as a result of many people through suggestion. It took a while to actually come up with it, but I kind of wanted to call it the arcade because the Manhack Arcade isn't, like, from my knowledge of the beta, it's not actually called the Manhack Arcade. So I just called it the arcade, and I called the game Color Chaos Transformation through Evisceration.
Yeah, man, I love how it looks. I love that quote too.
All right, cool. Yeah, really lovely poster. Obviously, Game Boy did a lot of custom posters for Division 1.2. This is not all the original ones as well. We have more, which we will get to as we move along. Also keeping an eye out for any new Catronics graffiti as well. Cool, I haven't triggered him. Right, so here's our Elite Cop, also done by Andy. Meant to look like the HL2 beta one, and if I just piss him off real quick. Oh, I don't... Oh, you can sort of piss him off, that's fine.
Yeah.
Can I piss him off a bit more? Okay. Well, that's fine, because you heard enough of that. So that's fine. NC, do you want to talk about what it was like for you, revoicing 300 Metrocop lines?
It was crazy, man. I've never recorded that many lines in one sitting. Like, yeah, it was about around 300, yeah.
In one sitting?
Yeah, well, not in one sitting, actually, now that I think about it. It was actually, I did half of it one night, and then I did the other half the other night, really. But yeah, it was interesting. At least, I just recorded them in about 2 nights, or 3. I'm pretty sure it was 2. I don't exactly remember. But, yeah, so I recorded them. Name and I worked on the sound design for it. After I recorded all 300 lines, I put them through my own vocoder, and Kralik actually wanted that kind of tinny sound that the Elite Metrocops have in the beta, so I added my own vocoder to it, and so Name also said something here to add on to that. So I did the sound design for this character along with Entity. I did the final pass, adding that tinny sound that is inspired by the old beta Metrocop voice lines found in the leak to give it that unique, but beta-esque feel. And Entity has the pre-final pass up on his SoundCloud. Yeah, so I have all the lines that I did on my SoundCloud. I have my part, my sound, my vocoder for it really, and I also have the final pass for it as well with Name's tinny sound effect to it. So that's on my SoundCloud. I don't know how it would work if I would link that. It's just SoundCloud Uchu Gun, but probably post that somewhere, I guess. But yeah, it was a lot of work.
Yep. So the intent with the two Metrocop filters between CW entities is to basically make them sound distinct. The Elite Metrocop in RTBR poses a bit more of a threat than a normal cop. He's not only got more health, but he's a little bit more accurate with his guns. He's usually armed with an SMG, whereas normal cops sometimes armed with pistol or SMGs, but Elite cops always SMGs. And as well as this, Elite cops, thanks to map-based functionality as well, have the capability to throw grenades. Normal cops do not. So, yep, that's pretty cool. So Elite Metrocops can kind of ruin your day if you're taking a bit too much cover with them.
And I will also post a link to the SoundCloud of the lines as well, with the pre-pass and the final pass, if anyone wants to see that. I'll put that in the comments.
Cool. Okay, so let's move on to this real quick. So Ambient Noise, one of my co-leads and the previous development lead of the old Reason to Bar mod, revoiced this sequence so that it was a little bit better displayed narratively. The choreography was also redone by me, so that had a little bit more. Cool. Had a little bit more going on in terms of how he led the player and did stuff. So yep. This tower here was added by Dev to kind of make this area a little bit more interesting. This is also from the beta, as I recall. This prop here that he added out there, and then we added this little up here area to make it make a little bit more sense as to how he could actually get up and down. And yeah. We will at some point remodel the Strider. I've just seen a comment about that, and that goes across. Minus the Strider, I think actually everything else is remodeled in Division 1.2. We will do the Strider at some point. It just wasn't done for this one because it only has one appearance, which didn't justify the development resources when we had other things to be doing. It will get replaced at some other point. Okay. Cool. We talked about this last time, of course, but these little green things have also been redone to be our console look instead. One of the bits of the new graffiti here. So a bunch of us on the team went out, we took reference photographs of graffiti around where we live, and then we tossed them at Catronics and said, right now, make nice graffiti. And he went, all right then, and he went to it. So yeah, very nice.
Here, we'll both be in trouble.
So we have, I think 12... Wait, what just happened? Oh, hang on a minute. Sorry, I just got that stupid Apple iTunes thing that came in. No, the game didn't crash. My stupid...
Lovely.
Wait, did the stream die altogether? Are we still here?
The stream?
Right.
Stream fine, just Discord.
Okay, sorry about that. I had a stupid, you know those stupid Apple things that like, please update iTunes and all that shit.
I don't forget about it, the stream died as well.
The stupid iTunes thing came up and messed me up. Sorry, 1 minute. Let me just get this back going again. We will quick.
Technical problems again.
That's fine. I think this is all working fine. Is it back in? Yeah, that's fine. That's cool. Stupid iTunes, I swear. The amount of times iTunes actually caused me problems and I've been playing games as well. It's fine, we're good, don't worry about it, it's cool. I'm just gonna, you know, speed through that, don't worry.
Oh, legit closed the game, shit.
Yeah, iTunes flat out just decided, you know what's more important? iTunes is more important than your game right now.
Can't you see I'm busy?
So it's like, I swear. It's like, thank you iTunes, very nice. Oh wait, do we have an autosave? Oh, we do have an autosave, that's fine, never mind. That's cool. No, never mind. Don't worry about it, it's fine. As I say.
Unlucky.
Sorry about that, gentlemen. Apple just decided that iTunes is more important than the developer stream, so direct your concerns to the office of Steve Jobs. Or whoever's currently running Apple, because it's not Steve Jobs anymore, is it? Yeah, sorry about that, that's fine. We'll whiz back to where we were as soon as we possibly can. Anyway, what was about to happen was the march, so whatever. A citizen chats about the march for a minute, and then, well, he says, oh, I shouldn't talk to you out here. And then the march happens, so that's fine. Let's just move along, and hope that iTunes doesn't decide it's more important again. I don't even know why I have iTunes at this point, to be honest. So I don't even use it. It just annoys me at this point. Right, okay, let's get going into here. So this area here was newly designed from the ground up by Dev. He redid this area completely. So we have a little sequence there that's an interaction between these two guys. Obviously we tried to have lots of more sequences like this throughout the mod that would allow us to basically give the world a little bit more life. I did that sequence, that was another testing one. But yeah, Dev did this whole interior area, made it all look very nice and added all these new bits around the place. It's very different from the previous incarnation of this building and of this area in the cut content, where it's, you know, just a series of kind of pipes in this building. But Dev decided a new take would be more interesting, and he was right, it's great. I love it. I had no idea what he had in mind, but he said he was going to redo the interior of this building, and when he did this, it was like, wow, this is amazing. And the testers loved this change as well, so it was very nice. I suppose I'll just prompt real quick. Stabbard, would you like to talk a little bit? Is Stabbard still here?
Stabbard is still here, but yeah.
Stabbard, are you
Yes.
here? Good man. Would you
Yeah.
like to talk about the testing? This is your second rodeo now, doing testing for RTBR, so would you like to talk about it a little bit?
So we encountered some issues with a lot of these maps, and sorry, I'm just having trouble thinking of what to say.
It's alright, no worries.
Whenever we encountered something that we thought was problematic for the 1.2 release, we would put it down in our playtesting document, which is very well organized, and then it would be focused on by Krauk and the rest of the team. And we would usually see, like, pretty nice and efficient fixing.
Cool. Yep, okay. So, yep, that's alright. If we're also having a look at all of these things, these crates are not brush crates. Egon remade some relatively notable brush crates from the beta into models. There's a lot of these scattered around the place. Egon has actually done a lot of model work around the place. I will point it out when we come across it, but yep. But okay, cool, moving on. Should say here again, this 3D Skybox was Dev's work. The projected texture and all that is carried over from all the other maps, as I mentioned earlier. But Dev's thing of adding that big billboard there on that skyscraper with the console was his idea, and I think it works really well, and it's really cool. Obviously down there we have our boys walking past. I will point out here that all the soldiers were completely remodeled, whether or not you can believe it, because they look so similar to before. Andy, of course, as we all have, has developed his skills over time over being on this project, and of course there's been also newer versions of ZBrush and Blender, and he's gone Substance Painter in that space of time, which has allowed him to do many more details more efficiently. So these soldiers went down from being about 20k polygons each to being 5 or less. Although the elites I think are still in the 8k range, but the soldiers I think are 5. The Combine Guard has not yet had this treatment, but maybe he will at some point. So let's move on.
Did I miss anything?
Nah, no, you're alright. Cool. Obviously, again, these interiors, mostly devs work. Dev did a lot of work to make these interiors make more sense and be more interesting.
Someday, this will all be a bad memory.
I wouldn't say that too loud.
Cool. Much better elevator. Again, devs work here to make this look much nicer. Coming up is one of my favourite new sequences added in the mod so far.
I very much enjoy it as well.
Well, who are those guys? It kind of sounds familiar.
Cool, so this is a pair of Metrocop characters. I'm not going to talk about them in more depth because I want that to be a little bit of a surprise, but I voice that one and Flash voices this one. And when we stuck it through the Metrocop filter that CW had, he kind of ran me through it, sticking it all through, and yeah, came out great, and it's very nice. Right, let's get going. I'm going to come here so we don't miss this.
I think I ate something bad.
Okay, that was another feature added by Dev. These tram lines are also very nice, and they look great. This guy chatting, of course. These new models were by Alexander, who has done a lot of general purpose models in the mod. I was going to point at that one, but we've also got a big fucking version of this over here. So let's talk about this one instead, Game Boy. So go ahead.
Yes. So I think this was actually one of the first custom ones that I worked on. This one has a very funny story. For this one, I really did want to like look into something that was like minimalist while keeping like the idea there. So it's all perspective based. I wanted the focus to be, of course, the pile of cremator heads, and then the middle, of course, being the children passing it to one another, and then to the right into the forge. This one has a funny little story to it. Initially, when I made it, I was still working on the face. The face kind of looked a little creepy. But then someone suggested, I think it was CW, saying that if we remove the face, it would remove the identity of the children, which is kind of like what the Combine is portraying onto, like, you know, the citizens of City 17, that they're nothing but just like a nameless, like, you know, slave. And that's basically it.
Cool. So we'll have a look over here. Some Metrocops in here, screwing around now and here instead of just sort of standing there. Also the CW effect on that thing again. And Dev also added an Easter egg over there, but I'm not gonna an Easter egg over there, but I'm not gonna go do it. Go find it on your own. This is another custom poster. Go on, Game Boy.
Oh, this one was one of my favorites. Actually, a funny story about it. I'll be honest about it. So this was modeled after our old Citadel. A day later, Freeman actually made a new one, and I kind of misunderstood something about the Citadel, but we can make the argument that it is an abstraction of the current Citadel. I really like it. It's my way of experimenting with gradients.
Yep, and the color scheme is based off of that train poster, isn't it?
Oh yeah, that's right.
Cool. So we are now coming into Flash's work. This is a projected texture. This is map-based work, and we are now coming into 3TVs. No one made any massive significant thing to. Oh, hello. To 3TVs besides Flash himself, who did some really, really, really incredible, amazing work and basically transformed the map completely. Okay, so let's get to it, and Flash will have the floor for a lot of this next bit upcoming.
I would like to point out this time that there is a bit of a delay between what I'm seeing on screen and talking, so might
Am I
not sync up.
Am I not streaming it in Discord?
Join the Discord stream, bro.
I'm streaming it in Discord again. I know it got closed because iTunes decided that it wasn't important, but I have set it back up. So join that instead, and you'll be on point.
So this is on time then.
Yeah, this one's on time.
Real time streaming.
Okay.
All right. So this entire section, the original map basically had you going in the exact same elevation, going under a tunnel, which to me personally did not make a lick of sense. So I decided to redo the entire thing with the idea of having you go through sewers. So I had to edit the previous map in order to have you actually go down. So this area came to light with that.
Cool. Whilst you're here, I guess I'll...
Every single one of these sections in this starting section tells a story of how this basically used to be refuge for resistance members who eventually got caught out by a cremator, and as you can see from the green burning corpses, their story did not end well. You can see little details of where they lived, where they cooked food, where they stored food, and other various things. And that exact, the middle one, where you see a bit of a barricade, there was originally intended to be like howls and sounds coming out of there, but it didn't really make it past the idea phase. A bit more cut content for you there. Yeah, there's not much else to talk about in this section. It evokes the idea that citizens and refugees used to live here before the cremator made them flambe.
Cool. So the green fire particles were done by our previous particle artist, Omi. Random Cat came on in that space of time because Omi had to bounce, and they have done some really incredible work. I believe they may have made some modifications, some of these fire particles, but we have the cremator coming up, which is much more of their work. So we will go have a look at that, and then we'll see, and then we'll talk about that as we come up.
And Romy. Random Cat Dude mentions that he did not do anything to Omi's fire.
Oh, no worries then. So we have, here we go, the immolator in action as we have of the cremator. So the cremator model, obviously, sorry, by Andy, and the immolator was by Freeman. Both really lovely work. The cremator was based a little bit off of Half-Life Alyx's cremator. That's why we also have the alternate purple skin, which looks a little bit more like Half-Life Alyx's. It doesn't mean everything's gonna. It doesn't mean we're gonna be restoring loads of Half-Life Alyx cut content. It was just we're doing a cremator anyway. Why not? But yeah, the new sounds for cremator were done by Sloth. Sloth, would you like to talk about the sounds of this guy?
I will be kind of brief as I don't have too much to talk about it. I did, of course, the immolator, the cremator. Immolator was really easy to do, just thought, plasma go burn. Meanwhile, the cremator himself was a bit of a difficult task, as I had a few ideas and I wanted to be a bit inspired by the beta, but I didn't want him to be constantly wheezing and making noise from the one side of the map to the other, so I tried to make him a bit of a wheezy boy, but not constantly be wheezing his lungs out and have a bit more personality than just breathing. And it took a lot of recording and inspiration searching for making him sound better. And it took most of my time during the late stages of 1.2 to do. And I feel a bit happy with him. I still want to do a bit more fine-tuning to his sound, but he's basically there.
Alright. And does Random Cat have anything in here he wants to say regarding the particle effects for the cremator? And whilst they're presumably typing, we have a little refugee over here who's not having a good time.
Yeah, playtester feedback indicated that this area should have felt like it was more lived in, so we added a refugee cowering from the cremator in this section. The last survivor of this camp, as is indicated by the beds and the radio, it all evokes the idea that this was a resistance checkpoint before it was cremated.
Yep, a lot of these graffiti here is Katronics' new graffiti. Again, really lovely stuff, really well translated from reference screenshot, not reference screenshots, reference photos that a lot of us on the team took for Cryptronics, and really well translated in game. Cool. Does Random Cat have anything to say about the particles entity?
Yes.
Yeah, the emulator fire was both a bit fun, but also a bit painful. Mainly, the third-person fire was a bit of a pain to get working, due to how the emulator works and how it spawns particles. It was somewhat of a last-minute hack, but the first person was quite fun, and I like how it turned out.
Cool. Okay, so coming back into free TVs. Flash and redesigning this outside area. Talk about anything?
Alert. Community ground protection unit. Local
Flash?
undead structure detected. Assemble, administer, pacify.
Flash.
Flash.
Oh fuck! I was pressing the wrong button. Sorry.
No worries.
I was taking questions and I was pressing Q the whole time. Right. Anyway, the way you come out of this area is through a sewer grate. I have to thank Fodder for teaching me how to make that one. That is all his credit. Very lovely stuff. I basically wanted to have a completely different section than what you see in 1.0 because again, 1.0 has you with a bridge and a giant combine wall that had absolutely no parity with the previous map. So I tried to make it a little bit consistent. The map you see behind you after you leave the sewer grate is the exact the building is the exact same building that you actually see in terminal. So like you can visually get a representation of where you are in the world. You are on the other side of the building you saw in the previous map. So there's a little bit consistency there. So that's what this section is all about, completely revamping the thing to be consistent with the previous map. Scripted sequences are lovely.
Oh, okay, there they are. Sometimes they shoot on site, sometimes they decide to just take a little minute to take in the site, smell the roses, and then ruin these people. Right. Again, new APCs by Sapvik, new fire particles by Random Cat. Brand new fire particles. Random Cat, do you want to talk about these at all?
This block contains potential civil infection. Inform. Cooperate. Assemble.
I'm pretty sure we'll see fire later on. We can probably continue on while he types it out.
Sure. In regards to this particular bit here with the scaffolding, Flash's philosophy with this was, and obviously this is in response to feedback, was why should you be able to walk through all these sequences where there's cops attacking citizens, but you can walk right up to them? So there's a lot more blockage, basically, to prevent the player from being able to interact directly with the sequences in question. We have this nice little sequence that takes place in here. Of course, Flash's work.
Yes.
This whole map was Flash's work, really well done all around.
Little
By the way,
sequences everywhere.
Random Cat says it was mainly just a matter of doing it like the old fire, but with a more beta look by making it a hot orange.
Cool. Yeah, the reference was the Half-Life 2 beta's sprite-based fire, and I think it does a really good job of bringing that to life, so really, really good work all round.
To interject with regards to figuring out how exactly to have it so that the player is able to witness all the scripted events in the Combine murdering citizens without actually being able to touch the faces of said Combine. There was a lot of contention where exactly the player could go so both things could be accomplished, the player being hidden and being able to see the thing. So there was a lot of discussion and internal feedback on where exactly the player should go. And we finally decided on having him actually walk up to this balcony and just witness things from a safe distance while everything was happening around them. And there was still plausibility that the player was both hidden and not noticed by the Combine, but could also see everything. So I feel like Free TV's managed to accomplish that quite nicely with this section.
Yeah, so this whole area was basically done from scratch by Flash, and it looks really great.
And there's citizens watching the chaos. Again, in tight spaces like these are where I excel at the most because I really like populating very tight corners and spaces with a lot of props. Like the story behind that corner was that a bum took refuge and residence in there, and so on. There's a lot of life in these hallways. Well, except this one, but generally speaking.
New camera model by Retro Boy, I think this one was by. It's very nice looking overall. We will see more as we go on of new Combine models.
I have 30 questions prepped and ready in case you want to know that.
That's fine. Once we've done the Barney sequence, we'll do some more questions. Christ, we've been streaming for almost 2 hours. We're only at Industrial. Oh my god.
This is what happens when we talk about everything.
Well, this will be the final moments where we talk about 1.2 before we move on to bigger and better things like Division 2, 3, and so on, so might as well give it the light of day.
Obviously, we redid the Barney voice line here. It sounds great. Entity's
Yep,
voicing that
yep.
one, of course. So this map was pretty much Rees and fodder. It's really, really great work. Rees has had to take a break because he's had some stuff to deal with as of last year. Again, last year got in everybody's way. But Fodder is still here, so I will get him to talk about bits. Fodder, do you have anything to comment about in this area? I know you revamped a lot of the interiors up until the Barney sequence.
Yeah, most of this rune has been redone. The sphere is way more effective at giving this deteriorated, overtaken building by the Combine. Actually, I had to make a lot of the brushes into displacements because I was on around 85% of usable brushes, which means the map didn't compile anymore. So I made a big part of them displacements, and that worked. I don't know how. Yeah, I guess it's a very big map, and there's a lot going on in it. So I had some limits on my the things I could do, but it came out fine, I guess.
By the way, CW, you want to mention your vocoder for the "You Citizen Come With Me" line?
Hell of a job you did there, Gordon. You thought Black Mesa
Yeah,
was
just after
as
this,
bad
I will.
as it gets?
Sure.
Hey, listen.
So obviously,
we talked about
NC's
the
voice
flop
acted
top.
for Barney. This hasn't been revoiced. In terms of choreography, the testers wanted a little bit more personality out of Barney, especially in his facial expressions. The intent was because NC's delivery is a bit rougher. It's not quite as, I guess, amicable as HL2 Barney, but I still think it can be amicable. So we also had this animated scream that was suggested by Kutronics as well. The objective was to basically make him a bit more like a high school buddy, where he's kind of ribbing you. So you know, there's a lot of so combined with the slightly more, the slightly rougher tone, but also the fact that in some of the facial expressions he's kind of a little bit more cheerful and stuff, and he kind of like says, "About time you got here," and all this kind of thing, and he's like smiling a bit. It's kind of more like he's ribbing you rather than he's being a dick. And I think that was a really good direction to take him in. It makes him stand out a little bit more from Half-Life 2 Barney, while still I think keeping a little bit in with his character. He's just a little bit more teasing and stuff in this one, and teases Gordon a little bit more like a kind of a high school buddy kind of thing than anything, less like a workmate. I suppose, I guess just a difference in all that.
And before you leave the room, Sevox demands to know what the purpose of the banana torture prop is.
Mark has made a very good video about this. I encourage you to check it out on the public Discord. Right.
Oh,
so, CW, do you want to mention your thing?
Oh yeah. So Barney actually has a unique vocoder effect. It sounds similar to the other Metrocops, but Entity actually had an effect that I combined with mine, and it gave Barney a similar yet unique effect, sort of similar to Half-Life 2's Barney. He has a slightly different vocoder in that.
Yeah. So the vocoder I used, that was sooner to be combined with CW, that's the same vocoder that I used for the first pass for the Elite Metrocop. And then he put his vocoder on there, and that's how it sounds. It sounds pretty gritty and disgusting, so that's good. Disgusting as in, like, gritty and, you know. But yeah, I like how you just...
There it goes.
Oh,
Go on.
yeah, oh, yeah!
There it goes. Right, go on.
That's a good shuttle there. But yeah, I liked how Kralik described that, kind of on the cusp of being a high school buddy that's kind of, you know, taking a few punches, teasing you, taking a few punches.
Yeah, he's
at
not
each
a
other as we
dick,
do on
right?
the
He's
team.
just,
And,
but obviously
yeah.
without the facial expressions, I could see how people would assume that Barney just being an asshole, right? So obviously, you know, with the extra facial expressions, I do think that if you pay attention a bit to his facial expressions, he seems more like a buddy who's just kind of ribbing you than anything else. Obviously, that was the shuttle. There is a location where it's parked later on, so maybe we'll stop there and we'll talk about it a bit. Those particle effects were made by Random Cat. I don't know if Random Cat has anything he wants to say about the particle effects on our way past. Is the scanner going to get done in by the train? No, I don't think so. Cool.
By the way, about the bananas in the torch room, imagine a banana being squashed in your ear. Yes.
Ow.
Ooh.
There we go. There's the torture right there. Okay, cool. So, as we move along then.
Cat Dude is typing his answer.
Nice. I guess we'll just move along to the next Vista whilst Cat types his answer.
Random Cat Dude says, not sure I have much to say regarding the shuttle effect. They were, fun, I guess. I like the heat waves that I did.
Okay, cool.
Says Random Cat Dude. Yeah, that's Random Cat Dude. I'm also voice acting him, so basically everyone who can't talk.
There you go.
An excellent Microsoft Sam.
Thank you, brother.
Can we get the entity voice pack for Microsoft Sam? That would be nice. Right, so coming into here, this is the Stenographer's Chasm. Obviously this area was given a significant facelift from Division 1. All the new posters, all the Chasm workers. Is Peeps in the room? Sometimes he turns up.
He's currently not in the room.
That's fine then. So Peeps did the animation for these citizens typing at their desks and kind of sitting around and doing their idle animation. He animated it in SFM. I then applied it to all the models. Basically, they all play at like slightly different frame rate to give some variety and stuff. So, yeah, only within a variance of about 7 frames though. Okay, cool. So, Fodder, would you like to talk about this room?
Sure. Well, I had the base room from Reese the Vampire, and he did a really great job. But then in Division 1.1, I added these pistons. I looked at the beta maps to see how they function, because it was a real pain to get them working. They kept crashing the game and stuff like that. In 1.2, I added these seats for the stenographers to sit on, and I added this control room where Kralik is in right now. I think it's pretty detailed. It comes off nice. I like the location. I like most of it. It was fun doing this job.
Okay, cool. That's fine then. So, sorry, I have a new headset and I keep accidentally, there's like some knobs on the side for controlling the volume. Right, okay. Anyway, because everything just went silent for a minute and I was worried that something had crashed again, but no, it's fine. It's cool. iTunes is not vibe checking my build, so that's fine.
You'll accept my tape idea eventually.
It would be nice. Right, so, yep, that's cool. Moving on, this area also redone by Fodder. Very nice. Coming out into here. Over here, of course, we have another new APC variant. Obviously, there's the one from the beta that has a really nice big gun on top and the side bit. Again, that was Sapnic's work. This cop here has our shotgun. We will have a unique shotgun cop at some point, just not right now. Moving on into here. Okay. Okay. This lighting is probably alright enough. Game Boy, would you like to talk about these posters? Game Boy?
He's deaf.
The man is deafened.
Okay, well, Game Boy made these. They do show up later as well, so we'll just, you know, keep going for now, and then hopefully he comes back.
Game Boy received its transmission. Game Boy, are you there? Okay.
Doesn't appear so.
Probably eating a Euro or something.
Very possibly.
Would also like to say that we will probably redo zombie sounds as well. Just didn't get time for it for 1.2.
Yeah. But maybe hopefully we'll get around to that for Division 2. So when you get to Ravenholm, all the zombies will sound nice and unique.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This interior area was made by Fodder. Again, really, really nice work revamping the interior here. Anything in particular to say, Fodder?
Well, there is a little bit suspension of disbelief going on in this room, because considering the lightning outside, it would not make any sense how this texture would be projected. The sun is in a different angle, but I reckoned it looked really nice. I redid the lightning here. I added a second wall. It came out nicely again. I already had a very good base to work with. Once again, thanks Reese and the other people that worked on this map. But I guess I took it to the next level, let's say.
Cool. So as we're moving on. This was actually a bastardization of Game Boy's poster that I did. I wanted to kind of... There was the idea that this area could look a little bit more like a resistance hideout of sorts, a little bit more worn down, considering it's like a little bit out of the way, and it's kind of hidden to get here. So I tossed in the mattress, some props, a spray can, and I basically just did some graffiti on top of Game Boy's poster, and threw that in there, and I think that came out well enough. Let's go. Cool, so we have quite a lot to talk about in these tunnels. So first of all, we have the new Zenlight model, of course, along with some new flesh textures, which I'll talk about in a minute. We also have a dead Zenlight model, which is all very cool and nice. It's basically just a normal Zenlight, but the colours turned off. The fauna, which are an original fauna design, they weren't based on anything in particular, and these were made by Andy. As with most creatures in the game. The particle effects, however, were made by Random Cat, and the sound effects made by CW. CW, do you have anything in particular to add here?
No, not really. They kind of speak for themselves. They go poof.
Cool. Does Random Cat have anything? Yep. Cool. Does Random Cat have anything they want to say regarding the tube fumes?
Random Cat dude is currently typing.
Cool, so whilst he types, I guess I'll just say what my part was. So obviously I put these things down. I felt like one of the bits of playtester feedback was, well, first of all, where there was Zen lights, need to feel a little bit more Zen-y. So we did that first of all with extra fauna, but then I was like, well, what if we had some more kind of fleshy things to work with? So whilst they're not the most refined, because most of them were made from the barnacle, actually, texture, and these were kind of adapted from there. We have this sort of fleshy weld texture, which has been put on some of the displacements around here, and also we made a decal, as a long version and a rounder version, which has been placed underneath some of these things, and then a pink version of that was made for the for these tube fauna, basically. And it adds a little bit of color diversity to this area, but it also just makes it all kind of stand out a little bit more. And then this one prop was split into several modular props, which could then be arranged at will, depending on how we wanted to put them together.
Random cat dude is finished typing.
So, yeah, so random cat dudes. Apologies. Random cat dude says this effect was a very last minute addition to 1.2. So it is a bit more rough looking than I'd have liked. But it is a cool effect still, and it certainly does the job that it needed to.
Cool.
Game Boy, are you here
Okay.
now?
I'll just call you Cat.
Hello? Sorry, I was doing something. Was I asked a question?
You were, but we'll. It was about the headcrab posters, but we'll get to that when we see another one then.
Okay then. Sorry about that.
It's alright.
So, quite the part here.
Alright.
Yeah, I
It's
like
the
this part
interior
a lot.
of the factory here. Fodder, would you like? Is there anything you'd like to say about this area? Fodder.
Fodder!
Water, do you read this transmission? Are you there?
You're not falling asleep, are you?
That boy is dead.
Alright,
He's
I
very
will,
likely AFK at this moment, so you have to ask him later.
No worries. I guess I'll just mention this then. So this is a recreation, a model that is a recreation of the combined gate concept from that one piece from the industrial sector. One of our people on the team has been here for ages, Wild Chi, also known as Ass, made the model. I then did some texturing in Substance Painter, and then Contronics did the red lines that you see on them to make them look all nice and worn and such. We put those around the place in Division 1.2. Very much a last-minute addition added during testing, but yep. And then this was basically added here to make this kind of scene a little bit more interesting. So yeah, cool. Let's move on then. So we have this area with the child workers, of course. Very important, iconic set piece. Fodder, would you like to talk about this? A lot of work obviously went into making this. Alright, Fodder's AFK, isn't he? Right, never mind. Basically, a lot of work went into this. The models were made by our previous character modeler, Mohammed. Fodder then did this whole sequence. Obviously, the cremator heads are from our new cremator by Andy. And this whole area is looking much nicer and looks much more interesting with the child workers doing all that. This is probably the only that you'll see of the child workers. We don't want to make them too much of a focus, besides kind of leaving them around the fringes. We have this guy in here. Obviously, you'll have noticed as well the industrial worker citizens that are sprinkled around the place. And there's
Nice projected texture, by the way. I like that one.
Yep, that's another map-based thing that we did. You know what actually happens now? I don't know if anybody's actually noticed this or not, but this sequence actually does something now. So there you go. But that's all cool. Alright. Go back into here, another projected texture underneath those stairs there. Alright. We're now coming out of industrial sector and into Labo 1. Omi did Labo, the back half of Labo 1 and also quite a lot of Labo 2. I did the front half of Labo 1 and some other smaller things around the place for Labo 2. So basically I took the basement area and although it still looks a lot like the beta map, I basically did as much as I could to make it a bit more like Terminal, where we basically take the beta map as a basis and then we do lots of work to it. So you'll see that there's lots of different lighting, there's lots of extra brush detail around the place, And there's a lot of other added details as we go through. I really like the basement area, broadly speaking, and so I really wanted to keep it like Terminal, one of those iconic things that people kind of recognize. But you'll see again that we have the extra lighting, and I thought one of the main things we could do to improve this was lighting variety. So that's why we have blue and red and green lights. Some particle effects here for steam in here to make this area a little bit more interesting. Some of Cryptronics' new graffiti again, sprinkled around the place. Game Boy?
Poster.
There you go.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'm on my iPad, by the way, if I sound weird. So this poster was actually initially made for Half-Life Alyx campaign that I was working on, but I ended up not finishing it, or I lost interest in it, so I repurposed the design for RTBR. The poster itself is inspired by a rat pest poster that I found in Chicago. I'm from that area. So I used the overall layout of that design and repurposed it as a heck rat poster. And that's mostly it.
Cool. Okay. Nice. So again, more props and stuff are added around this area to kind of make it look a little bit more lived in, a little bit more interesting. Here is where I discovered sort of the joy of the Borealis engine props that we kind of had in the build. These allowed me to create some more interesting kind of industrial looking machinery down here. You can see I basically just tried to make this a lot more visually interesting. I quite like how it all came out. We did a little bit of this for Division 1.1 at first, but I think we really turned it up to 11 for 1.2. You see there's more of this machinery around the place and that kind of thing. That's cool. As we go up here.
Very cool stuff.
I did a little bit to this hallway, but not as much as to the normal basement area.
Well, it's about time you showed up,
You
Gordon.
showed up,
Come on,
Gordon.
Kleiner's
Come on,
waiting for
Kleiner's
us.
waiting for us.
Do you see there's that little smile now? That's kind of what I'm talking about. Stuff like that, that's kind of like, he's not being so much of an ass as he is just kind of gently teasing you. Or maybe not so gently, but you know, still. I like that little light there. And there was a suggestion by the playtesters to add him here, as it was a more natural way of basically introducing the player to where Kleiner's lab would be beginning. So that was why we did that. Coming up here now, into Kleiner's lab.
Hey, Doc. Dr. Kleiner. Look who's here.
Recorded these specific lines back in 2018.
Lamar, come out of there.
Doc, someone here to meet you.
And there's Skizix, our Kleiner voice actor. When there's a moment of quiet, we'll talk a little bit about this area.
Oh my goodness.
So I want you to be able to listen to Skizix.
Is it really? Gordon Freeman. I'd given up hope. It is Gordon, isn't it? And why on earth did you bring him here, Barney? If they follow him here, my work is ruined.
It's okay, Doc. Relax. So far, we haven't set up.
Insert
any
awkward
alarms,
pause.
so we should keep moving.
Well, if you say so, but I really think this is most unwise. It could jeopardize not only Gordon's mission, but years of my research.
Don't mind him, Gordon. We've all been on edge.
I do apologize, Gordon. Of course, I'm delighted to see you. Absolutely delighted. You look a bit pale, but nothing like... My God, Barney, they'll be scouring the city. Are you sure it's worth the risk?
Just get him in his suit and I could give him off to Eli's.
Eli's? But Dr. Mossman has been waiting for him.
Oh, and how was that supposed to work exactly?
I'll have to call her right away. I'm sure she'll think of something. I must say, it's unfortunate they couldn't have found a way to deliver you directly to Kraken Base. It's extremely secure.
Look, Doc, Eli's place is a hell of a lot closer. I'm not taking him in his civvies either.
Excellent point. Yes, the sooner you are suited up, the better. Let's brush the dust of the old outfit, shall we?
Come on, boys. Alright.
Well, yes, go ahead.
There we go. So Omi redid a lot of the lighting in here. He added lots of more detail, some added improved the lighting a lot, added more brush detail around the place, and a lot more of these volumetric light props. So yeah, most of Kleinerzab was his additions. I did that little hula doll, but I thought was from Counter-Strike, but it's actually from Half-Life 2. Whoops. And then I thought we could add a little thing over here because people kept clamoring for there to be something like, you know, the like the teleporter, and I didn't really want to just rehash Half-Life 2 interactables. So how about a new one? There's a little scanner now that fizzes if you go up to him.
I expect you'd be pleased to see this after your hazardous journey. I can't vouch for the carbonation, but still, there is a choice of dying.
I have to say my lines were from just a little bit longer than half a year ago.
Gordon might be a bit parched.
I have to say I think I can do a better job now. I'm more Kleiner than I was then.
Lamar is now Lamar and doesn't have spikes. They are now debeaked and completely harmless.
Never fear, Gordon. She is debeaked and
this is something we did with map base where you can set models and stuff manually a little bit more easily.
Fruitlessly.
I can almost reach her.
No, not up there.
Oh, let's touch her, bro.
Amazing, the sequence works. Let me tell you, this sequence is broken in about 7 different ways over the last year.
Well, Gordon, go ahead.
Yeah, it decided for itself if it wanted to work or not.
Pretty much.
Suit up, Gordon.
So whilst we're here, I'm just going to mention a couple of other things. Yes, alright, Barney, give me a minute. So this is Kleiner. It is a new model by Lisa. Again, same person who did the you know, industrial workers and other things. She did a new model that's basically based off of that one little shot we have of him with the green suit instead. I think it came out very nicely. This is a absolutely last minute addition that was actually added pretty much the day before we shipped Division 1.2, because she just kind of managed to wrap that up really quickly, so that was very good, and it looks great, and I really like it. This HEV suit is not the same one as from Division 1. This HEV suit has actually been fully remodeled, much like the soldiers and stuff, in order to actually be more optimized. The previous suit was like 25k or something very high like that. This one's 5k, so this one is 1/5 for poly count, but it looks about the same to me, and that just shows how far Andy's come, how far we've all come in designing models for modern and in our workflows, basically.
Well, Gordon, I see you've slipped into your AGV suit. I've made a few
Sounds by Sloth
still
for
in
the
all,
HEV suit.
it should be the suit you remember.
The hands retextured by Egon to look more like HL2's hands, but and all that. And we also fixed a couple of compression artifacts. Catronics fixed that on the actual suit itself. The music for the HEV suit is by a previous composer on the team, Ira C3. The track in question is called Steam in the Pipes. It should be on our SoundCloud under Comp 1, I think.
Now, over here, you'll see a collection of charging mechanisms. We have enabled the HEV suit to draw power from a variety of common combine charging systems using a standard UBC interface. This will allow you to avail yourself of the same devices utilized by the Metro Police and Combine military.
So always look for the Combine label.
At any rate, power up your suit and we'll move on to health practices.
I just noticed Egon's in the YouTube chat. That's Baron here. Is Egon in here now?
These will power up your suit.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Egon. Yeah, I've been talking a little bit about some of the stuff you've been doing, but it's good that you're here now because I can get you to actually talk about some of it, because some of it's actually in this map and next. These are the beta crates. You can talk about those if you like, because we have a couple of those scattered about.
Yeah, those ones I remade a while ago. I didn't like that they were just the brush prop before. Thought I wanted them to be a bit more 3D, so then I just took the original textures, spruced them up a little bit, and made a new model out of them. That was a while ago. That was probably a year ago, I guess.
Cool. We have new charging sounds for the chargers from Sloth as well.
If you come across a Combine automatic like this one, you seem to be slightly fatigued. Why don't you go ahead?
There is no skipping this tutorial.
Go ahead, Gordon. Try out the automatic.
Don't you
No
try.
matter how many times you played Half-Life.
You guys need to put that in as an Easter egg.
That could be the third. That could be the second.
Barney, let me do my thing.
Stop pestering me, Doc.
It's what I do best.
More Egon crates here.
Yeah, those were more recent. They were based off of textures from Half-Life 2, but remade entirely. They kind of deviated from the original a bit more than I intended, but I think they came out pretty alright.
I think they came out lovely, yeah. And we have the third skin variant there, which looks very good. This is a crate that Alexander made that styled after Half-Life 1. And otherwise I think that's, yeah. I think it's a good...
very nice crate.
I think it's a nice crate.
It's a beautiful crate.
Very nice. Alright,
Someone asked, can somebody do a good Vortigaunt impression while we do this level change?
Yes.
This is the Freeman, the Combine's reckoning.
I would do mine, but it's too early in the morning. Sorry, fellas.
You can't do a cheeky.
We serve the same mystery.
There is no distance between us. No force veil in time and space may intervene.
This is the Freeman.
Very nice.
Is that you?
Straight up says it.
Did you call to chat?
So whilst
or
we
is
get
there
back
some
into
point to
the swing of
this?
things,
I'm running
there's a couple of things to talk
sequence
about
right
here. We of course have the Skizix thing, but otherwise nothing has changed in this sequence besides Kleiner. So we have this workstation model, which was retextured by Egon.
What's he doing there?
Some of it remodeled, some additions that I made.
You're telling me he's
Like there's a
in
mouse
17?
there, and also
Where's the place should be?
the knobs on the console are three-dimensional now.
The Black Mesa mouse pad.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yep.
awesome.
And that is Hammer.
Yeah, that's Hammer, and then Substance Designer on the left.
We changed this to look like our new Kleiner, not Kleiner, sorry, our new console face.
They'll be crawling all over those
And
rocks if
Flash,
the
meanwhile,
Combine gets
redid
wind
the
of it.
cork board again
No, we
to
need
have
to get
it
him
some
down
extra
here where
details.
it's safe and I
There
can
are
put him
little
to
things
work.
like notes to
Eli's
Eli,
facilities are too tricky
notes
to
from
make use
Eli,
of.
and things like
They're
that.
more suited to
We also have the new teleporter that Flash drew, which is more
port him over.
schematic-y.
I'll clear the
We also
receiver
have a
for the
drawing of the
transmission.
HEV suit. All looks very good, very great work by Flash.
The drawing of the HEV suit was hand drawn and then scanned in and then redrawn again. And the schematics for the teleporter actually used a hammer as a basis, wireframe hammer.
Lovely work. So, and obviously down there. Oh look, is that Captain Vance? Maybe. Anyway, this is a new prop made by Andy.
Doc. I gotta tell you,
It's basically a desk that has a bunch of extra doodads on it, and of course the cremator jar. And it has this little functionality, which was a random fun little thing that Random Cat and CW did to add to this. Press E, the Bunsen burner turns on and off, and so on. It's just meant to look like a nice little Bunsen burner. CW did the sounds of that, and Random Cat did the particle effects. Very nice.
Gordon, get a move on.
Give me a minute, Barney. I'm ruminating.
Come
So
on.
we have. Otherwise, Omi did the art passing in here, so he added a lot of extra details. He added different textures for the windows and other things to make them look much nicer, and all sorts of nice things added around the place, which had a great improvement
Hold
to
on.
how things look.
Before you go in there, have a look at the console on the desk behind you, where Barney is.
Oh, of course, right? Yes, of course.
Yeah, that was the rocket launch console from episode 2, and it was bothering me for a while how it looked like it was for a rocket. So I went and spruced it up in Substance Painter and scrubbed out all the rocket references and made it look like a teleporter.
Yep. Another really great bit of work by Egon here. Making it look very nice.
By the way, somebody asked about Helena Mossman's voice actress. We do not have a voice actress for that, but if anyone's mom wants to do that for us, that would be great.
By all means. Alright. Getting into the teleporter.
Excellent. All set, Barney.
Yeah, accept this gnawing certainty of doom.
No, there's nothing to be nervous about. Let's see, the massless
get
field
time
flux should self-limit, and I've clamped the manifold parameters
Maybe,
to
I mean, worth
some
asking.
base, an LG orbifold, Hilbert inclusive. Barney, there's a little dial with a nameplate under it that says Yukawa. Can you please read me that number?
9973793.37. Are you writing this down?
Of course not.
That's not necessary. Just checking for potential modular interference in the interstices. Conditions could hardly be more ideal.
I am wasting your time, Barney.
Last time, to that poor cat.
Damn
Let's
it,
not
Doc.
dwell on our past mishaps, shall we?
I have more
Initialize
complicated words
in
to say.
3, 2,
Yukawa. Calabayo model.
New
LG
particle effects-
orbifold.
New particle effects by Omi, of course.
warming up
He did these
nicely.
before he had to bounce, but he did some really
Ready
great
anytime,
effects here.
Doctor.
And all the new
Barney,
particle effects
please
and
throw
all the
the
new
switch.
scripting you'll see in this sequence was done by Omi.
I don't know how I feel about this one, Doc.
Final sequence. I've got this one.
Don't
I ever
worry on my
disappointed you?
behalf.
It's all you, Doc.
Now!
Wait, don't answer.
Yeah, I was about to mention that cat.
Well,
Nope.
well,
No,
I
That
that
guess
prop
never
was
happened.
also remade by you,
that
right,
actually
Egon?
worked. I
Yeah.
think Kleiner is farther
Yep.
along than I thought.
Yeah.
Welcome to Kraken Base,
Yep.
Dr. Freeman, our home beneath the sea. It's an honor and a pleasure to finally meet you. I've heard so much about your part in the Black Mesa incident. I don't
Omi
suppose
did do
Dr.
some art
Kleiner's
passing in here
told
to
you a
make
thing
this
about me. I'm
Kraken
Elena
base bit
Mossman,
look a bit nicer.
Kraken's director. Although we don't use formal titles down here. I'm just another researcher doing my part for the Resistance. Now, let me get you out of there. Wait a minute. What the hell?
He's back?
Oh, fine. It was going so well. I'll see if I can hold him.
Another look at the wasteland.
I just lost Freeman. What the hell's going on?
Destruction going on in the
I wish I
background.
knew. I'm encountering unexpected interference.
That's it, I'm getting him out of there.
So this next part coming up is going to be a quick fire thing. Borealis model, Borealis workers by Lisa. Borealis model is basically, I've remodeled that off of the episode 2 Borealis model, and that kind of thing.
Dr. Kleiner!
You mean Hyperborea?
The Hyperborea, yes, not the Borealis. We're calling it the Hyperborea, don't mind me.
The Hyperborealis.
No, if we did that, that would save me a lot of work. Right. I'm constantly correcting myself. But no, we're doing Hyperborea, not Borealis. There we go. Kleiner's lab has seen better days, as we can see.
Thanks.
Ah, Doc, you poor
Sadly, the
sap.
Bunsen burner no longer works in these difficult times.
Doc, you poor sap. How about you try getting up first? You try that?
Oh, before you go, Gordon, you'll need this. You left this back at Black Mesa.
I have
All this
weak
is over, I'll give you
kneecaps.
that beer, too. Now hurry,
I
get
must
out of
take
here.
a nap.
That's why
New
you
animations.
grabbed me.
New animations, first time pickups and stuff were by Silent. So you'll see, so all first time pickups and idols that you see, well actually most first time pickups and idols that you see are from Silent. A few things, a few of the idols though are also by Wild Chi. This is for the stun stick, the pistol. Yep, stun stick and pistol I think, although Silent did the first time pickup for the pistol. Yeah, all very nice. Okay, cool.
Okay.
So, whilst we're here, Flash, do you want to blast through some questions?
Yes, they have piled up quite a lot.
Go on then.
CY
quick fire.
asks, do you plan to use unused things within certain retail enemies, like the Antlion Guard running and smelling holes and unused Antlion finishing attacks?
Maybe. Because map base adds support for some of this functionality anyway, so we may as well. Next.
The console asks, will the Goddard Ball Sack make an appearance?
It's on the cards. We'd like to do that. Next.
Jehovah Harvey asks, why did you add Eastern European buildings alongside American buildings?
Okay, so we've actually answered this question many times. Underground is also, you can just watch these fucking slick idols that Silent made with a crowbar whilst we're here. Oh, we're gonna have a level transition. That's fine. Okay. Anyway, so right. Basically, the city, as it stands, was put together by the Combine for relocating city blocks and this kind of thing, because it's much easier to police one big city than it is to police several smaller, like territories, right? So the Combine basically teleported and moved around buildings and stuff. So that's why you have American and European architecture next to each other. That's the law reason. The other reason is we kind of just want to do both. Right. Cool. Next.
I feel like that one's a contender for the FAQ. Moving on.
might
Daniel
be.
Guard asks, will the alien soldier be in the mod?
There's a lot of alien soldiers. If
I
you
know
mean
he
the
wasn't more specific.
Okay, if you mean the worm, no. If you mean the spearmen, no. If you mean the one that has the orange dome that Hunt Down the Freeman did, no. If you mean the alien assassin, maybe. And that is all I'm going to do for that one. Next.
Sevox asks, the glimpse of the wasteland is in the intro. Is it a preview of what's to come? Do you want to commit to that version, or will it probably look different by the time Division 3 is being worked on?
We are probably committing to that version. It might look a little bit different, but it's mostly gonna. The whole shantytown thing is very much in stone. We've got concept art for it even, and kind of we're going with that now. Next.
The consul asks, are you going to add something from the pre-pitch era?
So I assume you mean like the 1999 stuff, like the demo Arctic and stuff. We are doing Spire in the Arctic, which might be pre-pitch. Weather control as well. Got to be honest, I'm not terribly well versed in the different eras of the beta. I just know there's a lot of eras. I'm especially not very well versed on the pre-pitch era. All I can say is we are doing some very old early stuff like Spire, and Borealis is named Hyperborea in RTBR. Much as I keep calling it Borealis, it is named the Hyperborea. Next.
Standard Zombie asks, how will you meet Alex?
In Division 2. Next.
Maslin Bruner asks, any posters planned for fictional retail and beta brands besides the Combine?
We actually already have some, which I made, which I adapted from real life ones, but we will be doing more custom posters and more custom iconography as we go forwards. That won't always necessarily be Combine stuff. Next.
I have a lot planned, by the way, for that, so...
Yeah.
I make the console voice. Anyway, Jehovah Harvey is asking, what is the end of the movie? And is basically asking, what will happen in the last division, also known as Division 7?
You will meet the console and there will be something that happens. I don't want to go into more specifics because that's like, you know, the end of the mod. That's kind of the spoiler for the story. I don't want to... We're going to do some interesting stuff over there. It's in the script, so I don't want to talk about that too much. You go to the Citadel. There you go. Next.
CY asks, if there will be a Steam release, will there be content exclusive to that release?
No. So if we do the Steam release, it will just be the final version of the mod, but on Steam. The final version mod will be released on ModDB, and then I will start looking into putting it on Steam, because I don't want to run into a missing information section, like situation where we end up having like this build that had loads of modifications or improvements or whatever, and then it just never comes out. So we're going to put it on ModDB first, then we're going to try putting it on Steam. Next.
Colleton EXE asks, will developer commentary be added to the mod?
It would be nice. That's kind of a close to completion thing that we'll do, but it would be nice. Next.
Maslin Bruner asks, is the yodeling radio sound thing gonna be referenced?
I'd like to. It'd be a fun little Easter egg, wouldn't it? Much like the trumpet for the alpha.
We got the sound. We might as well.
Yep.
Do
Next.
our own spin on it.
Maslin Bruner asks, will the beta vehicles be remodeled to look like retail Half-Life 2 vehicles?
Might be retextured to improve them. Yeah, maybe. Next.
Sevox asks, do you consider releasing VMFs to the public, for example 1.2 maps, once Division 2 is done, or is it a strict no?
Might be nice to release the map source. Yeah, I mean, I'd like to open source maps and code, because I think those are the two things that are the easiest and fairest to open source. We are not ever, I will say this in stone, we are not ever open sourcing the models. We will not allow them for use elsewhere in other mods. They are for RTBR only. As for VMFs, we've got quite complicated VMFs now that do some interesting things, so it might actually benefit people to look at those, and also the code would be interesting for other beta mods if they want it. But the content from RTBR stays in RTBR. That is non-negotiable. That's my only thing on that. Next.
This is a weird one because I don't know what they're talking about.
Okay.
1 second. The Pixel Pyro asks, "What's with the map called Hellcrates.bsp?"
Huh?
I don't know.
What?
Everybody keeps fucking asking me about this. It's like what, you think I know? I don't know, right? It just turned up. I
Huh?
don't know where it comes from.
Yeah, honestly, it's a weird thing. I don't know much about it.
Right, let's just change this up. This subject change. Next.
Yeah, I'm getting uncomfortable here. Anyway,
enough of that. Next.
Next question. Ricardo Perez asks, "Are we going to see more children later in the game?"
No. Next.
CY asks, "Do you guys go out in the real world to record ambience noises and other things?"
Yes. Sloth.
I do
Sloth?
some sound recordings myself. I haven't done too much outside of these days, but I have some handy that is going to be maybe useful later on.
Yep. And I know that Ambient, who has Ambient Noise, who did some of the sound effects in the initial parts of Modern, some of his stuff might actually still be being used. Did some of that. CW, do you do any exterior recording besides your voice, of course?
Well, no. If you're talking about the soundscape stuff, is that
just like any sounds for any sound effects at all?
Not for this mod, I think. Maybe in future, we'll see.
Cool. Next.
But currently, no.
Colleton.exe asks, "How much will Ravenholm differ from the beta? Will it be completely different or just the OG beta maps but revamped?"
So our Ravenholms are being made with a strong reference to the beta maps, but also kind of a strong reference to retail, and then we're also trying to take it in a different direction. So they're going to have similar layouts, I guess, to the beta maps, although we're also making many layout changes and adding new set pieces and new traps and that kind of thing. Some maps will be more similar than others. I would have said that Ravenholm is going to be mostly new, and the bits that we've adapted are just because they work. So let's just, work with what works. But we have invented new traps and new set pieces, and some new enemies might rear their head, and more gameplay stuff like that. And then we are giving it the whole quarry town, mining town aesthetic thing. Next.
Patorns GD asks, "Is there going to be the school bus section where Barney Gordon and Clinner avoiding metro cops and crashed into barrier or something?"
No. Next.
Medic Maggot asks, "Is the aim of the mod to be a recreation of what would have been Half-Life 2, or are you going for a more of a Black Mesa type recreation?"
Okay, so I'm going to interpret this as, is it a WC map pack compilation, or is it a inspired but mostly, is it an inspired take but with a lot of original ideas and a lot of liberties? And that is going to be the secondary one. I know that the former is popular with some people because it can be more authentic to what actually it used to look like, and to all the WC map pack maps and that kind of thing. But for RTBR, we are definitely trying to go with a lot more of our own ideas. This will become more apparent as we go on, because Division 1 kind of sets the scene for a lot of this stuff. We start doing some pretty original things as of Division 2 onwards, I think. We're actually breaking new ground in Division 2, and all the developers here will know what this is, because it's not like I haven't made a fuss about this. We are breaking new ground for Division 2. I like to think that no one's done it before, and you will see what that means later on. Next.
So, in short, it's going to be like Black Mesa. Next, Sevox asks, "Are you doing any pre-production on Divisions 3 through 7?"
Yes. In fact, we've got models sorted for... We've got not all models, but we have done models for all the way up to Division 7, in fact. We've got concept art all the way up to Division 7. We've got weapon models done mostly all the way up to Division 6, and even a little bit 7. We've also started blocking out maps in Division 3, and we've started getting resources together for Division 5, and we've also even got prototype example maps for some gameplay mechanics for Division 4 with the air exchange. Cool. And obviously we've got the script written for all the way to the end of the game. I'd say the bits that are set in stone are Division 3, all the way up to Division 3, and then Division 4 and 5 are pretty solid. Division 6 is a little bit more nebulous, and Division 7 we know how it's roughly going to go, but we still need to plan out the specifics. Next.
Do you want me to continue with the questions, or should we continue with the game?
How many more questions are we looking at?
2, 4.
Okay, let's just get them out of the way. Go.
Second and final question by Sevox before he left. Did you get any inspiration from other beta mods, excluding the old RTB mod, of course?
We sort of... I'm thinking about this. We got maybe a little bit of inspiration, I guess in terms of some of the visual areas, and you could probably say this is fair enough because I actually spoke with Sevox about this and he has given us advice, but a little bit of inspiration is being taken from Dark Interval visually, because the lighting that Sevox and Shift managed to do is just legendary. But I guess otherwise, no. The reason being that RTBR is really trying to be its own take and its own thing. We're really trying to do a lot of stuff ourselves. We basically want to stand out from the crowd and everything. In the same way as Dark Interval stands out because it very much does its own thing. We are going to be trying to do our own thing where possible. Go on.
Scoutimus Prime asks, will Gordon Freeman obtain a lever action rifle from Father Gregory in RTBR Division 2?
Maybe. Next.
Where was it? Okay. What, CY asks, what do you wish to remake for RTBR and hope that it will work?
Well, there are a couple of very big things that... also, we're going to listen to some nice ambient track here. I will get named to talk about this in a minute. See, I'm trying to not get into spoiler territory. Let's just say that one of the really big things that I have not seen any other content mod ever manage to do, we have made some pretty significant progress getting it done for Division 2. There are two very big things which you will not hear about until right before the release of Division 2 and Division 3, because we want to keep them secret for as long as possible. Those things are very big. Those are things I want to get done. But we have already started putting resources into it. It's very much possible. And the last thing, I guess, is there's a very interesting, original introduction of someone that we do in the mod that, again, no content mod has really tried to take this stance before, and that is something that I think will be very interesting. Right, basically loads of cool stuff, and some of it is starting to work, so who knows. Next.
Final question, and we got 3 extra questions before the final question, so just so you're informed, there's 3 new questions. Right. What will your interpretation of the particle storm be when we are at Eli's junkyard?
So, as I say, Particle Storm will not feature in gameplay. If it features visually at all, it will be a cameo appearance, so it'll probably be a really nice particle effect done by Random Cat. That probably makes the most sense. It's called the Particle Storm. But it won't feature in gameplay. We may not even feature it visually. It really depends if we can find a way to naturally work it in, but it won't be in Division 2 at any rate. Cool. So, okay, I will do more questions later. I'm not going to answer the new ones. As we come into this part, this is Construction 01. The initial work on the art passing of this map was done by Honza, who was part of the team and is no longer, but he did a good job revamping some of the visuals in some of these areas. This was the first map I added projected textures to, and regarding once we did map base. So I guess there's a lot of them here, and I will talk about them. There's one there, for example, so those really nice shadows on the wall, because there's a projected texture being cast out from that combine lamp there. If we get going into here.
By the way, there's a track by name here.
Yep. Oh, there is a track by name here. Yes, I just said we're going to talk about that. Did Name type up anything?
Yeah, he did. So he said track. So Name says for the track details for the Post Kleiner Lab. This track is one of the first tracks I made for RTBR. It is another callback to Half-Life 2's music, specifically Train Station 2. And like in Half-Life 2, it's a signal of panic now that Gordon is wanted by the Combine, but this time he is able to fight back instead of just being a moving target. That concludes that.
Cool. All right then. Don't mind me, by the way. I'm just snacking on my dinner at the same time because we've been streaming for so long. I have dinner now, so no worries. I'm just going to snack on that whilst we do this. It's projected texture as well. This looked different before. Catronic suggested moving it up to the ceiling because that would look better, and I can't disagree. This one over here as well. In this map, I kind of went ham with the projected textures. I ended up removing a couple because I did maybe too many. But this was the first map where I really figured out projected textures looking nice, and it was really rewarding. I think some of the visuals of them look really, really nice. Yep. I did quite a lot of art passing in this car shop area. I added this up a bit, and again the you know, projected textures and such. One was also added down here for this corridor. Again, nice work. But also other bits of this were again art passed by Hunter, who was part of the team at the time. Like this area here was Hunter's work. Looks very nice. Again, you can see the projected texture on the other side of this fence now, which is very, very lovely. We have here this thing and the pistol. So the pistol's now here instead of back there. It kind of gives it a little bit more weight, and also there's a subtle yellow light in this area that kind of shines on it to indicate it to the player. Player presses this. I'm going to pick up the pistol first. Lovely first time pickup by Silent. The code for first time pickups and all that was by Iridium. Iridium, do you want to talk at all about coding all these new animation events, if Iridium is still here?
He's currently deafened.
Okay, well, Iridium coded all those in. Iridium, it was actually a blockout mapper of ours, who ended up sort of just kind of saying, oh, by the way, I can program. And I was like, epic, and then gave him 5 million programming tasks to do before Division 1.2, and he surpassed all my expectations. Really amazing job. There we go, now he's back. Iridium, do you want to talk about the animation event coding and stuff for all of these?
Oh, yes. In Division 1.2, there was an addition of both first-time pickup animations and fidget idle animations. My first creation of the idle fidget animation code was decentralized and existed within every weapon. However, just before release, I decided that it would be much more efficient to centralize that to the player. So now every weapon calls the fidget function that way. Also, that was done in a way so that any new weapon implemented would immediately have functionality to have fidget animations. Also, fun fact, Impulse 69 plays the fidget animation. For the idle animations, those are in each individual weapon and just calls the, sorry, give me a second. It calls the anim function to play the pickup animation anytime a weapon is picked up. However, that does have to be implemented in each weapon individually.
Cool. So as I say, Impulse 69 triggers triggers the idle, and I've just bound it to M there, so you can kind of check it out, and I can show some of those a little bit more easily. You can just bind it yourself in the console, or if you really want to check them out, you can do that. I am at some point going to record all of the new animations. Those will be going up on a channel on the YouTube. When I say at some point, I like to think it's going to be within the next week or two, but we'll have to see. But yeah. So we have a combat sequence coming up. We're going to get to talk about a couple of things. I'm going to deliberately trigger this cop to shoot me a little bit. So you'll see there that there is actually... Cool. You'll see there that there is actually some new tracer effects for the pistol. I have enough ammo that I think I can get away with shooting it a bit. Also, I should say that the magazines, me and Sloth were given help by a mutual friend to basically work out how to make the magazine drops. Instead of using the shell object system, they now are actually actual physics objects for drop. You can't pick them up and throw them around, but they do drop, and that is nice. I'm just going to shoot a little bit.
Before you continue, are you going to be showing on stream where the revolver is here?
Oh yes! Thank you for reminding me. You know what? I always forget. That's one of my favourite things in Division 1. I always forget about it. I will just show here again a little bit more. As you can see, we have these new tracer effects. There's a little smoke trail that follows the actual bullet, and there's a tracer that goes out. This is Random Cat's work again. Random Cat did tracers for every weapon. Every single weapon in RTBR will have a unique muzzle flash, which is where you can see from that as well, and also a unique tracer. So that will be very nice, and you will see more of that in Division 1 so far, and then you'll see more of that in Division 2 as we go on. Random Cat did some really great work. The hands, as I say, were remade by Egon. Really great work. Looks a lot more like Half-Life 2 HEV suit hands than it did before. So really great work. There's our revolver. Cool. Still
yeah.
sexy.
How do you open that door? How do you open that door? I remember trying to open it.
If you press this button down here, so that button there that opens the gate also opens the red door. For the record, I'm not going to go over every single Easter egg. I just do this one because I can't justify not playing through with the revolver. This revolver I love it so much. The first time pickup by Silent, obviously, really sexy work by him. CW retweaked the materials for this before release. In fact, we redid the materials for all guns. That was a combined effort between me and CW.
Yes.
Really great work, I think, on both our parts. The guns have a really nice material system to them now. We just felt that we could do more of it before releasing, to be honest. We kind of just wanted to show a little bit of appreciation for someone else's work on the team, and so we decided let's redo the materials to kind of fit our own team vision and how we want the mod to be and how we want the team to be a little bit more. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Cool.
Yeah. I will also add, I did not do anything to the emulator, which we'll see later. So, yeah.
Cool.
The major changes were to the revolver and to the crowbar, and the others were just minor tweaks to the pistol, SMG, and grenade.
If you see, the crowbar is actually only shiny where there isn't paint, which was CW's improvement, and very great work. Look at that. Lots of lovely detail there. Great work there. Right. Stun baton. I guess I'll just show the idle animations whilst we're here, since I had that bound now anyway. Ow. Alright. We have a revolver. As you can see, lovely material work by me and CW. Miracle Ram. Cool. This area was added in response to some tester feedback. I'm not sure how well it works in actual practice. This might get removed in a future release of Division 1, maybe. But basically the idea was in order to make the stun stick stand out. People might not actually know this, but the stun stick has a slight damage buff, just enough so it can one-hit crates, whereas the crowbar takes 2 hits. So the idea is that you have a bunch of crates blocking your path, and the stun stick, which will one-hit these objects, will break them immediately. We basically intend to have unique functionality for the stun stick in future anyway that doesn't involve breaking crates. So, all things considered, this area will be made useless pretty much in the future. It's just kind of, we added it here because I felt like it would do something for this, but it doesn't necessarily do the job that I was hoping for, which is because I added this bit. It doesn't necessarily do the job I think I was hoping for. I left it there anyway because I felt like it was okay considering the current stun stick's purpose, but when we change this in the future, when we change the stun stick's functionality, this is going to be pointless anyway, so we'll just remove it.
Well, to be fair, smashing crates is fun.
Yeah, well, you know, that many, maybe not, but we'll see, I suppose. I'm sure there's a more natural way to introduce how it is that the stun stick works. Ow. Okay. New explosion VFX by Random Cat. Also new impact VFX, also by Random Cat. So you'll notice blood effects are different. Also, Metrocop eyes turn off when they die. That was an addition by Video. Sorry if I'm doing a lot of quick fire things here, it's because there's a lot going on. But yeah. here, as I say. Explosion VFX, fire VFX, followed by lovely work, both by Random Cat, of course. As I say, I really like the revolver. The new traces and everything add a lot to it. Still some suit batteries up there, but I'm not gonna bother. Hey, I have 69 health. Nice. Okay, going into here.
Nah. Iridium wanted to say something.
Go on, Iridium.
Yeah, so Metrocop Eyes, funny enough, was actually a last minute change. When we were doing the internal playthrough of it, when Kralk was doing the internal playthrough to see if it was ready for release, we passed the section in arcade, I believe, when there's the dead Metrocop on the table, and we were just kind of talking about how it'd be cool if their eyes were dark. So then that night I threw together an implementation of it just to see how it would work, and that's what happens, and that's what we have.
Yep. So whilst we're here, I just want to talk about a couple other things that are around this area. Also, again, don't mind me, I am trying to have my dinner at the same time. So, obviously, again, this is just another example of the consistency. Since the sun always hits the Citadel on its left, the Citadel is always orientated with its left to there. These skybox buildings, and the ones that are on the modern, I'm sorry I didn't mention this earlier, are by Egon. Obviously they are based on buildings from the cut content, but Egon made models out of them and made several nice skins for them, which you can see there are several skins for each of them. We'll probably have more things like this going forwards, but Egon has done a great work with all the general purpose work. That one over there, also his.
Yeah, I have a few more skyscraper models planned, and I'm probably going to go back and revisit these ones because I'm not 100% satisfied with the textures on them.
You did actually one inspired by my block building.
Hmm?
Didn't you inspire one from the skyscraper in Console Plaza?
Yes, I did.
Yeah,
both of these were built following buildings that were previously brushes in the skybox. One of them is meant to be the palace. One of them is meant to be the palace skyscraper, and the other ones are more generic.
All right. So as we move into these apartments, Sloth and I spent a lot of time in here and work in here, art passing these areas to make them more interesting, make the progression more interesting, and make the exploration more fun. So obviously we have these cops and the masks, the lights are off. Again, Sloth did a lot of work art passing this. I also did some work on all these bits. This little secret passage here was Sloth's addition. Fun little thing that gives you a bit of revolver ammo. I'll come back into here to do a nice little reload under nice lighting conditions. Lovely. Cool. This is not a new poster. We had this in Division 1, I think. This was... Yeah, we'll probably get this remade with our own model at some point, but we need to wait until our gas master is done. But we do have a stalker, though we might also end up redoing him. We also have new smoke trails, I should say. Does the pistol have them? Ah, no, I forgot to add them back for the pistol, I think, but the revolver does have them. I can afford to spend one bullet. As you can see, there's a nice little smoke trail that goes around. Little smoke wisp. Random Cat made that. We did have those in Division 1, but they were from Left 4 Dead. Random Cat remade them himself to look much nicer. Here we have this scene, which is basically we changed his skin in light of the new citizens, but also the suggestion from testers were to remove the lights in here, so that when you came in here you just sort of saw a shape, and then it would be like a little mini jump scare moment almost. So yeah, it's a much spookier scene now. Moving on, we have here where I again went crazy with projected textures, because there's two here. There's this one and that one, from the floodlight and from that respectively. But again, once I figured out how they worked, I honestly couldn't resist using them all the time. We removed a couple later because it was obvious I'd maybe done a few too many. But yeah, moving into here, there's another one. Speak of the devil. I think the ones that are still here do serve a purpose, but there were maybe 3 more at one point, and they were all removed. And a lot of the existing ones were toned down from where they were before. So that's far enough. We're coming into construction 02 now. I did a good chunk of work for this. Honza did some gameplay mechanic stuff. Although we also needed to do some more after testing. A lot of the broad visual passing was done by me. I mostly did stuff on the rooftops, since you can get on top of a crane in this map, of course. This vent is in fact accessible. Very interesting little factoid there. Cool. Again, more lovely VFX by Random Cat. This puzzle was made by Honza at first. I moved it in response to tester feedback, where they wanted there to be a little bit more interaction before you got to get rid of the puzzle. Another projected texture. Again, I think this one deserves to be here. I think the ones that remain in the mod deserve to be here, and I think they contribute a lot to the areas that they're in. But again, we removed a couple that I kind of just went nutty over, and I put one basically in front of every fence, to be honest, and I ended up removing quite a lot. Okay, we have a grenade. Animated entirely by Silent. There we go, we're just going to play with that ring a little bit. And again. Very nice. Okay. Okay, cool. Oh. Right, so I did a lot of the stuff on top of the rooftops up here. So a lot of these rooftops were practically barren before and had nothing on them. Also, just noticed the fog's a little bit funny. Try not to pay too much attention to that. I really struggled with the fog in this map in particular because it's got such a weird kind of viewing angle and everything. But you know. Anyway, these rooftops received a lot of work because a lot of them were basically completely plain before and had nothing on them, like that one, for example. So that was my main focus when I was art passing this map. I felt like on top of this crane area, you could see too much empty space. So I was like, okay, well, what can I do to make that better? So I was just adding more props around the place, more lighting, more interesting detail. Whenever I saw a flat surface, I basically tried to put something there. So yeah. The lights were, the floodlights were made a lot better, with tester feedback saying that they were kind of overblown, so we ended up redoing those a lot. So yep. Okay. As we go out. This big nice blue light was added by Honza in this area. Yep. Lights up the area quite nicely. Just so you know, that idle there did not interrupt me firing. I deliberately let it play for cool points. You can interrupt the idle at any time if I just press M. There we go. So there you go. That's the SMG. Some nice first time pickup sound by Sloth. And if I play the idles, here's a look-see. And this is one of my favourite ones. Nope, hang on. Is it going to play? Sometimes it plays the same one. Sometimes it plays the same one 3 times. There we go. Squidge, squidge, squidge. Wipey wipe. Very nice. That was another sound by Sloth that. Very nice, all round. say the manhacks are actually reanimated by wild chi, so that we could take more advantage of the custom model. You can hear the elite metricop going on over there. That is, of course, Entity. Who also has a unique death sound.
I think I could probably talk about that a little bit.
Sure.
Yeah, so I made the Metrocop sound. I basically took CW's death sound, and I put my own vocoder over it. It's pretty simple. Everyone thought it sounded pretty cool, so we kept it in. I also added 4 death lines, and one of them, if you could kind of hear it better, you know, hearing the raw file, but I thought it would be really funny if I added something like Freeman, or something like that. But like, there's like one of the lines is like Gordon or saying I'm sorry, and then like, you know, cut out, or like it cuts out when he says I'm sorry, and what else? It's the only ones I can think of right now, but kind of added my own flair into that. That was kind of fun.
Okay.
So.
Alright then. Getting going.
Did you mention a new manhack death particle?
Oh no, I didn't actually. Yeah, that's also a new particle. That's a new explosion particle when the manhack dies. Also by Random Cat. And when you hit the environment with this, or anything with a stun stick, that new particle effect also by Random Cat. A lot of these new particle effects required code side implementation. Random Cat did a really great job on that, on the visuals, but Iridium, of course, had to implement them on the code side. Again, just Iridium just kind of went, so I can do a little bit of programming, and then suddenly he was like the main programmer on the team when he was here for level design, poor sod. But yeah, all pretty nice, and really great work by the both of them. Okay.
You know, funny story about that. Before I joined the OTBR team back in June-ish, never actually successfully compiled source in my life.
We all learn many things in the beta. Right.
Love how these guys are just standing, staring at the panels, not doing anything.
Well,
perhaps that's our instruction. Stay still. I don't know.
Not being productive in the
Go on
Combine
without us.
Empire really
We
does
got
some
stuff to
damage,
do.
I guess.
I mean, there's literally a scene that shows what happens when
Somehow
you're
I
not being
thought things would
productive.
be
You
better
get
by
boarded
now.
up.
So, Random Cat and I, not Random Cat, sorry, Grav Cat, we've got several cats on the team, don't mind me. Grav Cat and I art passed this map and Contra Plaza 02. I mostly made gameplay improvements to these 2 maps with a little bit of art passing, and Grav Cat did the majority of the art passing work. They did some touch-ups to this room. I added the citizen sequences. This was again in response to tester feedback that we needed more, you know, citizen sequences throughout the mod. Like here, for example. And it was just basically feedback that we needed more kind of going on to make sure there was a little bit more life in City 17. Even during the combat maps. So from here on out, you'll notice there's usually there's a couple of citizens in every map. Actually, none in Contra Plaza 02 actually, but mostly there onwards. Before we go on, shall we answer some more questions? Do you want to throw some more questions my way, Flash?
Sure. Hansa asks, how long will Division 2 be?
A little bit shorter than Division 1, I would have thought.
Next.
Yes, please.
Culleton EXE asks, will you be driving the APC for the Wasteland or another vehicle?
the Jeep, which we will remodel to look like the Beta one. Next.
Colleton, Ricardo Perez asks, what is the division that is going to be the hardest to make?
That is an interesting question. Do you know? I think it's probably going to be Division 5, the Arctic. Because we're going to have to build an environment that doesn't really exist in Half-Life 2 in any capacity. We're going to have brand new world assets, prop assets, all sorts of things. The Arctic is going to be the crucible upon which this mod is made, I think. I think that's going to be the division that tests us most, because we're also doing a lot of complicated things in that division. But I think it's the division that RTBR might end up being remembered for if we manage to actually pull it off. Or I think going up to that, we have our challenges. There are challenges in everything. There's one big challenge in Division 2. There's another big challenge in Division 3. Division 4 of the Air Exchange is going to be a challenge altogether to make a big series of maps that will still kind of feel varied, because we don't want the Air Exchange to be done in 3 or 4 maps. We want it to be like, we want the focus of Division 4 to be the Air Exchange. Like, most of that division will be the Air Exchange. That'll probably be like 5 or 6 maps. So we need to make that work. There's a lot of challenges we will face, but I think Division 5 will be the toughest, because we will have to make so many new assets to make that work. So yeah, Kyle, by the way, in the chat is Ambient Noise, my other co-lead. Are you in here? Are you in here, Ambient?
Yes, I am actually.
There he is. Right. Okay. Cool. Anyway, next question, please.
Colleton EXE asks, what map took the longest to finish for Division 1?
If you're talking about man hours and everything, I think Consul Plaza. Because Consul Plaza is actually, we did Consul Plaza and then we cut it twice, because the first iteration wasn't very good. The second iteration wasn't really what we were looking for either, and so then we ended up redoing it. But then we ended up basically, we have between where it was during the first phase of testing for Division 1 and now, we've almost practically remade Consul Plaza again. So I'd say Consul Plaza was the maps that presented the most challenge, and still the maps I think are the toughest. Next.
Patorans GD asks, will there be a new type of enemy somewhere down the production line to make the mod more unique than the other beta theme mods? I think they're referring to a completely unique enemy or something of such.
We were just talking about an idea for one the other day, weren't we, Egon? You were part of that conversation, I think. Yep.
All right.
And Ambient as well. Let's not go into any detail about that, but yeah, maybe.
What? I was answering questions. I didn't miss what we were saying.
Someone said, are we doing an original enemy type? And I said we were talking about that the other day.
Yeah, we were. We got some ideas.
Yeah, maybe.
Nothing that won't not fit in the beta though. We're definitely gonna make sure it fits the story and everything.
All right, next.
Leoj Wolfhouse asks, will the Air Exchange look more like the Combine, like a Combine facility, or more human-like in the beta?
I always imagined it was a human facility that was overtaken by the Combine and repurposed. So you might find that most of it would look like a traditional facility, but then things like its core would have more Combine elements and would look maybe more like almost like a mini Citadel in terms of how the interior is put together. Next.
NPC_Combine_S asks, what will Division 2 feature?
Sorry, I forgot I was muted there for a minute. Division 2 is basically going to be canals, like Maxwell's lab, and then Ravenholm. And yep, that's about it. Next.
CY asks, if you include boss fights like the Antlion King or the console fight, is that going to be a huge focus for the related division?
If we do things like that, I'm not saying we will, but if we do things like that, they will probably be a significant resource we have to take into account in that division. Yes. Next.
Daniel Guard asks, will the Hydra be in the mod?
I would like to do it, but maybe not. We'll have to see. It would be complicated to do, so we're gonna have to see.
I imagine if we do wind up doing it, it'd probably be more along the lines of set dressing, though, because NPC would be pretty difficult.
I mean,
But-
it's been difficult back in the day.
Yeah. It's a long ways off. So I mean, we'll see what we're capable of at the time when we get there.
Alright, next.
King Quail is, I believe, essentially asking, are the bull squids and hound eyes going to be remodeled or reimagined?
They already have been. The ball squid has been remodeled further, although we haven't implemented it yet, to have the tentacles in a different position so we can rig them for in-game use so that the tentacles actually animate, because the current ones obviously are static. That's because the tentacles were in the right position. We've fixed that now, so it will be fixed for Division 2. Next.
King Quail asks, will the water bull squid be RTBR?
It will not be the mod, no. We are not implementing specifically the aquatic bull squid, but we do actually have an alternate skin for the bull squid, which we showed many months ago now, like maybe almost 2 years ago now at this point. We do have a skin for the bull squid that makes it look like the aquatic variant in color scheme, and we will use this around watery areas to basically say that it's not really worth remodeling a whole new version of the bull squid, but it's worth having some alternate skins to kind of sell some of this idea instead. So yep, next.
The consul asks, what will the poison zombie be like?
Poisonous. Next.
I'm out of questions.
Cool, that's it. Let's get going.
Let's move on.
Well, technically, I still have the question from Colleton at the start of the stream about what your favorite moment in the mod is.
We'll do that later.
Yeah.
Right, okay. Val, you still here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Good man, your time to shine. Chopper just went head over head.
Right, so should I talk about the chopper?
Yep.
Okay, so the story about the chopper is I was pretty much appointed to do the chopper about, I think, 2 or 4 weeks before we started beta testing. I was pretty much said, we need a chopper right now. But despite that, it haven't taken too much time, because thankfully Kralik and Thos were quite helpful with the design idea and everything else. The thing is about, we have went through 2 versions of the chopper, because the first one didn't really fit the design aesthetics of beta mod. And we decided to go with a version of the chopper that fits much more like the original like vision of being a K-29 re-envisioned model of a chopper. So it's like a Soviet era, Soviet Union era chopper that is repurposed by Combine, maybe a little bit even upgraded in some areas as well. And this chopper taken like quite a lot of effort, especially putting all the details that I wanted to put it into it, with the limitations of the source engine. But thankfully, like through several like really like stunts and tricks, I'm pretty sure we have managed to put a lot of details into the chopper as the version it is, and I think I'm quite happy how it looks like, and I do believe it looks more or less authentic to the Combine color scheme and general design principles, at least for a chopper that is repurposed by Combine. That is all.
Alright, let's move on.
What a hellhole.
Okay, you see there's some citizens up there. That's just another example of some of the sequences that were added.
You are killing people, and people are watching the people dying.
Witnesses.
Attention, citizens. It is my duty as your consul to warn you of a great danger to us all. One that threatens the order we have built over the last 20 years. The Combine once again stand with us in our time of need, as they once did so long ago. They have given me the resources necessary to combat this evil. All I need now to stop this terror is the most crucial element of all. You, the people. Report to your nearest recruitment center and join your fellow citizens in the fight against chaos. Acts of terrorism do not escape my gaze, and with your help, we can punish those responsible together. If this so-called free man and his co-conspirators are listening, I have a message for you. We are the people. We hold the power, and we outnumber you.
Alright, Flash, anything to say on that?
Yes. I am particularly proud of actually writing that speech for the most part. I feel like the dialogue is quite nice, with the exception of the fact that he says 20 and it's supposed to be 10, but that's a small detail that will patch out eventually. I would like to point out the difficulty in doing the console's voice is the fact that I basically have to swallow my own tongue in order to sound as deep as is humanly possible. So I can't really emote very well because I am a freelancer and inexperienced in the ways of voice acting. So that's the difficulty that comes up with the console voice, besides having to pull off the accent and read the thing as well. Having to be like this is quite a challenge.
Hey guys, I'm gonna head out. Goodbye, everybody.
Ciao.
See ya. So
See ya.
Report to your nearest
Get the hell out of here!
Is that a beta voice line?
No, it's a retail.
Amazing.
Yes.
Wow, I've been muted the whole time. Sorry. Damn.
I was wondering why you haven't been talking.
Sorry.
I'm
Right.
wondering the same.
Right. So that sequence of a citizen again, just more work about that. These dome lights used to be destructible. I actually made a system and a new model for them to be destroyed, but that amount of dynamic lights for every single dome light to be destructible started breaking the lighting. Some of these destructible dome lights I forgot to remove from another map, so there's actually the system still in one of the maps. I won't spoil which one if you know, just want to go have a look and stuff, and maybe that'll be fun to go and hunt around for it. But yep, part of the tester feedback for this area was better indicating where you can actually take cover from the chopper, and part of that was putting extra lighting in this side bit over here. so it's more obvious that this is actually a place you can paint on. But meanwhile, you've also got this corridor here, which I also added at the behest of the testers, which just gives you a little bit more room to move in, basically. So yeah, as we move along, again we have the Citadel with its left side lighting. Go in here. This area got some art passing, again, tester feedback. They said, why don't you make it look more like a combine-y building? And yeah, okay, there we go. That's what we have here then. Cool. This transition now happens at the top of the elevator instead of at the bottom. This was more tester feedback. Okay, so as we come out here, I'd say that this area is probably this map's probably the map that received the most gameplay changes. Gameplay in this map was probably completely overhauled, I think. I will talk about some of those changes as we go through. Also, the music track that we'll be playing is by CW and adds a nice bit of tense atmosphere to this thing. Cool, I will start it up. I will go in there and start this whole sequence off. CW, if you want to talk about the track whilst it plays, and then, or you can wait until it's done, I suppose, up to you. What would you rather do?
I'd rather wait until it's done so people can get a good listen of it.
Cool, then I will talk about some of my gameplay changes during this, and then afterwards CW will talk about the track. So these fences were repositioned to change how the player progresses, and the chopper no longer chases the player up here until a little bit later in this engagement arena. Basically gives the player a slightly fairer go at the combat here. More cover was added for both the player and the Metrocops. So overall makes the combat in this area just a little bit more fair. Still a bit challenging, but it means that you don't have a chopper constantly chasing you the whole time. Oh, I wasn't looking there. Fair. As we come into here, not a lot of art passing was done in this building before Division 1.2 because it already looked pretty nice. Although a little bit was done with ceilings and that kind of thing. The other thing is that the encounters with the sentry guns were pretty much redesigned so that you are better taught how to make use of grenades. These new sentry guns were done by Val. If I just try and tip it over a bit so that you can actually see it in a bit better detail. Okay. Okay, yep, so the new sentry gun done by Val. Do you have anything in particular to add here, Val?
Yeah, so when designing the sentry gun, a very core concept that was very important for me was, so this is a technology that sort of humans adopted themselves. This sentry gun must have like a functionality, how a combined soldier carries this weapon around. So one of the things that was added to this weapon, like combined sentry gun design, was a handle. Like if Crawley could so helpfully show it back. Yeah, this one. So in the later chapters, you will be able to see, like in later levels, you'll be able to see a version of this turret folded together into like a brief suitcase that theoretically a combined soldier could carry around. That's one of the so this is like the core idea behind the turret design. That's it.
Alright, and we'll see, as Val said, the folded up turret a little later. These new firing sounds and also some of the alert sounds were made by CW. Is there anything you want to add on that, CW?
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of, with the beeping sound, I wanted to make it sound new, but also sort of similar to the original, but give it its own bit of flair. I will be modifying it a little bit. I did get a little bit of feedback on that through community members, but and then the sound was I took one of the beta sounds and made it sound a bit more punchier. Yeah.
All right, and do you want to talk about the music track as well now that it's concluded?
Oh,
with
yes.
the slightly quieter part.
Yeah, so the music track, funnily enough, was for the previous map, but there were changes that were made to it, which made the track not fit there. So I thought doing placing the track here in this map would suit the map better. It's not only longer than the previous map, so you don't get the music to cut off earlier than it should. But it fits the intense combat with the Metrocops and the chopper later on. And the track I actually used, I actually made it sound like a chopper, sort of. There are some bits where it sounds a bit like the helicopters. Trying to think of the word. Like the spinny thing.
The rotor blade.
Yeah, the rotor blade. Sorry, I'm still tired. But yeah, I try to make it sound like that with it spinning around, and yeah, it's kind of the theme for it, I guess.
All right, cool. All right then. So let's move along then.
That was quite skillful. You did that on purpose, so you'd get 69 health again.
Of course. Oh. More grenade crates were added, but also more, as I say, the turrets were moved around a lot. Each of these positions was planned out by Clitronics in advance to actually give a good impact. But this one, of course, goes down the stairs. Apparently not entirely. Thank you. There we go. These apartments received a bit of an art pass. Which just included really adding some props here or there, and I changed the textures on the walls. But yep. Here we have the folded up sentry turrets, as Val was talking about earlier. Yep. Okay. We basically adapted the cells from Nova Prospect, but I went out of my way to make the brushwork a little bit more detailed and all that kind of thing. Alright. So there's the airboat. I think he's lost interest in firing at me once I blew him up a little bit. Yep, so cool. You can see the airboat gun received a bit of a retexture. We didn't have time to actually remodel it completely, but we will remodel stuff like this for Division 2 obviously because it's the airboat, and so we kind of just gave it a bit of a facelift with a retexture. As for this, again, the firing sound got changed by CW, and also the charge up and the charge down and stuff, I suppose. But yeah, so I made this walkway here work a bit differently. Also, fun fact, we actually made a couple new versions of these Combine fence models because they only come in the smallest version was 3 of them long. So we made one that was 1 long and also 2 long, which just basically let us do things like that. Just one of those little silly, stupid things. But it's just annoying that Half-Life 2 didn't really have this, but it let us plan this out a bit more meticulously. So the idea of this bit is that instead of the thing to open that gate there being there and then the airboat gun being here, by making the airboat gun there and then the player having to come across to here, what happens is you press this button and you literally see these lights turn on, and there's also wires that come from here, and then you get to see that open up. Much better for player guidance. That was all suggested by Contronics. I did that. It took like a day to do all this, but it was worth it. Made a much better gameplay improvement. Cool. Over here we have the Combine concept gate again. This shows up a little bit later on in this map as well. But that was kind of a last minute addition to the maps it appeared in. This art passing the inside of this building was my job. I kind of just did some stuff in here. I didn't do loads by any means, because by this point I was beginning to run out of steam with the map, the reason I was doing the mapping. But I think it had some good improvements anyway, which basically just involved putting some more of these Combine pillars around and futzing with the textures a bit. We made use of these. We'll be making more use of these when we get to Vertigo, or not Vertigo, Palace, sorry. But these kind of art decor props, very nice. I wanted to use them here, and I figured they would look very nice, and they do. So it's all good. Coming up here, we have basically just more lighting around the place, but also there was more lighting around here to better guide the player to this area. Okay. So the arcade received quite a facelift. This included more props, loads more textures. We've got a really nice, big, fancy sprite here. This is using the same technique we talked about right at the start, back with the Citadel background map. That was again a suggestion by CW, which ended up looking very nice. Played first encounter with a placement gun. Which of course has new traces, new sound effects, and new muzzle flash. Particle effects and tracer, of course, by Random Cat, and code implementation by Iridium. Sound effects by Sloth. Very lovely round. So redesigning this combat arena otherwise was my job, and Catronics noted this all down. We spent a lot of time on this area, and it was pretty tough. Let's get into it, and I will talk about it as we go along. So, with the emulator recoded by Iridium, the objective was make an arena in which you can fight it, and you now can. He comes out and he shoots his fire at you. If you go within a certain distance, he sets you on fire. I might actually die here. Oh, okay, no, that's fine. So yeah, we want to use the creator elsewhere, and we also want to add more functionality to him later. I want to try and get close to him so I can show his melee functionality, but he keeps shooting at me. Right, oh. Okay, am I going to be able to scrounge together enough health to go up to him and annoy him, maybe? Maybe. I want to show his melee animation. So, our general purpose implementation guy, Calamando, who's been doing a lot of work for us, helped us with some stuff for the Cremator, including a melee attack that does a bit of damage and also has some kickback. That was coded by Iridium, the animation done by Calamando and all that. And the idea basically is just that If you get super close up to the cremator trying to kite him, he will whack you away and then fire at you. Yeah, basically makes the cremator have a little bit more versatility in combat. We still want to do more of his functionality and maybe make him a little bit more rapid and a little bit... here we go. Immolator, first time pick up again by Silent. And we'll deal with that in a minute. I have another cremator to deal with first. That one's the purple variant from the Half-Life Alyx thing, as we said before. Again, particle effects by Random Cat.
Talk about the secondary skin?
Yep, that is the secondary skin.
Yes.
Yes.
Hey, I was paying attention to chat and didn't hear if you talked about how it's from Half-Life Alyx and so on.
Yep, the purple skin is obviously inspired by the Half-Life Alyx one. Again, this doesn't mean we're going to be doing loads of Half-Life Alyx stuff. Cool, so with this area it was basically, we wanted to make the arena a little bit more interesting and use some more of this big space that we had either side of the arena. So this area became something of a gantry garage thing, using a beta prop for like a kind of a lift or combined crane. We basically put this here and we put an APC in it, so it's kind of like a gantry. Of course, here we've got the combined gate again. Yep, in this little side area, I just did all this. This is where the other cremator comes out of. So just nice little details, basically. Over here on the left is actual gameplay mechanics and stuff. Again, we've got concept gate, which has fixed collisions now, and all that kind of thing. We've also got a docked shuttle, which we thought would be interesting. We have some gentler versions of the shuttle's takeoff effect done by Random Cat. The gentler versions and the normal ones, of course, for it to kind of like be docked here. Obviously, a lot of people think the shuttle is stupid. It is a little bit silly, but it's one of those campy, silly things I actually really like, so that's why we did it. Sapnik, I think, did a really great job doing it, yeah, I'm quite happy about it all in all. It's obviously got the landing gear and everything. This little landing pad was me and Kutronics trying to spitball ideas at like 2:30 AM for what to do with this map. So yeah, I spruced up. I also added some of the APC effects up there with those kind of combine ball thingies to look nicer. And then the idea was to encourage the player to actually take a look around here. We added this kind of mechanic where you come in here and there's an energy field, and it's like, okay, so you see that there's some sprites leading out here to this thing, which obviously in Half-Life 2 you press E on it to open it. If you do that, it plays a no go away sound, so that basically tells the player that that's not what they're meant to do. But the wire keeps on going up around to there, and we've got more sprites there which basically help guide the player a little bit further down to here, to this generator where you blow up this, and that turns the shuttle, the shield generator off. And that mechanic was all suggested by Kutronics, so that basically you would be able to have a little bit more engagement with this area. My first iteration of this puzzle, when I was passing arcade, because arcade was pretty much solely my responsibility to both art pass and then do testing feedback for later on. I originally had this puzzle here at the start of arcade. If I come here, there we go. Coming to this area.
Alright, I'm gonna bounce, fellas. Good luck with the rest of the stream.
No worries, mate.
Good so far.
All
Farewell.
Bye bye, mate. Thank you for coming. And he's gone. So this is all that remains of that, basically. I did have this puzzle here originally. The energy field was actually here, and you had to blow it up as soon as you came into the arcade. But Kutronics suggested putting it elsewhere. Again, impact VFX by Random Cat. Very nice. If we get going, so this area was deliberately made so that there's two cops with their backs to you, so you can do this. Set them on fire. Green fire was by Iridium. I'm told that took a lot of work to make happen. It looks great.
Do you want me to say a little thing about the cremator immolator sort of thing?
You can. Oh yeah, by all means. Talk about the behavior and all that.
Yeah. So When I first started on the team, the cremator that we had was from a different source. What was the name of the person?
Sergeant Stackers.
Okay, yeah, so we were using that for a while, and the cremator itself is about as dumb as a box of rocks. It had basically two functions. It would walk in a random direction until it hits a wall, and then walk in a different direction, and stand still and fire at the player. So what me, with a little help from Blixabon, did was basically take the cremator, delete everything, and start from scratch. So we basically completely rewrote the cremator with using some of the existing functions from Sergeant Stackers, and kind of revamped it and made it seem more like an actual enemy worth fighting, which was the reason it was not introduced in a combat situation until now. The immolator was another challenge, as in the beta, the immolator used the laser beam effect, which was very different from the implementation 1UP started with, which was basically a model coming out of the front of the gun with a particle attached to it. I built off that and made it work better, and also made it functionally come out of the correct place on the weapon, as well as implementing that onto the cremator, which obviously presented its own set of challenges. But that turned out to be pretty good. It works. I like playing with it, and finally, Greenfire. It was a pain. I didn't fully understand client server side implementation yet at the time. That was like 5 minutes before we released Division 1.2 or something. It was down to the wire. That is.
Alright. So, in regards to this area, more projected texture. Down there, of course, you saw the industrial worker that was chilling in there. Again, this is just adding more life to these areas, making them look a little more interesting. I did the dead manhack there to be like he kind of got carved up by a manhack before managing to get in there and be wounded. Otherwise, this area received quite a lot of art passing again. Added the new posters around the place, modified lighting, moved geometry around, all that kind of thing. And yeah. Cool.
Alright, I'm gonna head out now.
No worries, Egon. Thank you for joining us.
Yep. See ya.
Bye-bye, mate. Cool. As we come into here, we're now coming in towards the end of the mods as it stands right now. This is my favourite citizen sequence I added. It's very short, but the lighting, there's a projected texture here. Katronic suggested this so that it would be more kind of like dramatic, because obviously with the dynamic shadows as the guy runs in and the man hacks, it's much more dramatic and looks really good. He kind of chills over here afterwards. And yeah, this was my favorite implementation of the citizen sequences really. There's another one or something around the place, but yeah. Check the texture there. Cool. Obviously we have the Manhack Arcade posters around the place again. It makes sense for them to be in the Manhack Arcade. But yeah. Another projected texture there for this fan. And I spent a lot of time on this corridor, probably more than I should have done. Kind of really nicely detailing it, perhaps slightly over detailing it, but I'm quite happy
I think it's a very nice corridor.
Yeah, maybe the nicest corridor in this map, all things considered, which is, well, great. What an accolade. Imagine someone saying, you know, you are the nicest corridor I've seen. It's like, well, you know what, at a certain point, you just gotta take it.
There are many corridors, but none quite like this one.
As we come into here. Cool.
I'm gonna take off.
No worries,
It's
Game
good
Boy.
being here, everyone.
All good. Thank you for joining us, mate. Bye-bye. Alright. This area over here was art passed a bit more. This chasm was given a lot of work. This included, we used a brush with a fog texture on it, as well as dust clouds. We also just have more detail down here, of course, to make it look more interesting and all that. This area with all these things was redone visually as well to make these look more interesting and make the brushwork a little less messy. And these machines were touched up a little bit as well to make them look a little bit nicer. Advance of release. These beams were fun to put in. I quite like how they came out. I use another projected texture here. This is a one that stayed in, but I'm actually not sure about. I think it looks good enough to have been kept, but I'm not sure about it. It's the problem. It's the one that if you told me I had to remove one, it would probably be that one. I think. But yeah. Alright. I'm pretty sure we have a music track coming up. Yes, is this yours now? Might be. NT obviously had to bounce, so Flash, would you
I can
can you
take
do the
over.
responses from the non-mic people, please? Cool.
We'll read his response when it is delivered. Name cat, he doesn't. He believes it is CW's.
This ambient track here. Ah, very possibly then. No worries. Yeah. Okay. Cool. That's fine. Okay. Cool. Having a look at this little outside area. The outside of the arcade is probably the area that I think needed the most work. I still think it's probably the area I'm least satisfied with, even though I spent an ungodly amount of time out here trying to make it look good. I think this is one of those areas that if we ever get the chance, we might just have to remake. But I think it looks all right now. I think it looks good enough. It looks nice enough. Sloth also did some art passing out here with me, which shows how much work went into both of us doing this. You might hear there's a subtle rain sound effect in the background. That was a nice little detail added because Random Cat made these nice rain particles. They are very, very nice. I felt let's have an ambient sound effect to go with it. Did we commit to here? Okay, so this underground area got a fair bit of art passing. Not loads and loads and loads because it's not a massively significant area, but did get a fair bit of work to just make it, just spruce it up a bit, make sure that the visuals were at least tolerable down here. Cool. So as you can see, there was just a bunch of details added around the place. We have more of Egon skyscrapers, that kind of thing. This is meant to be like a little mini greenhouse thing, which looks kind of nice. Moving on. Coming down into the underground part of arcade now. This area received quite an art pass during 1.1 as it stands, but then I did some more again for 1.2. So I've just learned more about more Combine architecture in this space of time. Oh, there's 2 Metrocops in the entire mod that have stun sticks. There you go.
I think he just said this sucks while getting crowbarred in the face.
This sucks. Nice. But yeah, I just tried to add more detail down here. I initially art passed this in 1.1 and then I did this again in 1.2, which is an interesting way to just see how far my understanding of Combine architecture has come. These pipes are from the beta. We actually retextured them to have a better texture because we were using them a lot in this area, so it just made sense. Give them a new texture, spruce them up a bit. This is not the final projector texture. The last one was right here. There's Citizen chilling here, who's just kind of watching this all unfold. Just gotta go press this button over here.
Another day at the factory.
Yep, seems about right. Yep, see? It's just gonna be one of those days,
Just
another
one of those days where I get to watch people die in front of me. Just another one of those days, you know?
So a little bit more here was done to foreshadow the zombies that are about to come. So we have some blood here, some sentry turrets that have no ammo, which is actually a good way to see the front of these sentry guns without getting shot at. Again, Val did a lovely job with these.
Thank you.
And a dead Metrocop over here. It just kind of adds a lot more kind of foreboding that there's like something bad around here, you know what I mean? Yeah, the Yu-Gi-Oh card got removed, Sai. I'm sorry, I didn't mean for it to get removed. It just did at some point. So maybe it will find its way back in after we ship Division 2, eh? Who knows? One can dream.
My poor Easter egg baby.
It'll go back, Ambient, don't worry. It'll go back. Hold
You
out.
sure?
I'm sure, I promise. It'll all be
Okay,
alright.
thank you.
It'll all be
Thank you.
alright. There's a nice projected texture under here, which kind of reflects up there. Very nice. I say reflects, it's not so much reflecting as it is projecting, I suppose. So this underground area has always looked pretty good in my opinion, but we needed to do more for Division 1.2. So we added more variety in the textures because it was pretty much all one texture down here. And also as another area where there were Zen things, we added more of that meat texture and also more of the pink fauna. There's some hard crabs, epic. These got a retexture for Division 1.2 to look a little bit better than ones previous, so that's very cool. Andy did that, and that was really great work. Yeah, as you can see, there's kind of more combine props. There's more variety in the combine textures as well, which overall makes this whole area kind of, you know, stand out a little bit more, look a little bit more interesting than it did before. It already looked pretty good before, but I think it looks better than it did now. Again. More pink fauna. Because it seemed like a good idea to kind of make more use of these in Zenny areas. Okay. Of course, our new zombie model. And new blood impact VFX for both the zombie and the head crab by Random Cat again. This music here, is this entities or CWs? Because you might, I'm trying to remember. Because both entity and CW have a track in this map, and there's two. There's one here and there's one later on. I'm trying to remember which is which. But anyway, they both have nice ambient, spooky tracks to make things stand out a bit much, which is nice. Let's get going. Oh, okay. That stopped for a minute. Interesting.
We are still on.
No worries. Obviously very
Also,
meaty.
zombies use bloody head crab.
Yep, zombies use bloody head crabs, which gives them a little bit more gore factor. All very nice.
And personality and looks, it's just a great addition overall.
Yep. Lena and I did the art passing in this map. Lena did quite a lot of art passing in his areas, and so did I. If I just go back to this guy, this is based off of the zombie from the beta that kind of had half a head. Not so much a forehead as a no head at this point. But yep, the tongue sticking out was a nice gory feature by Andy. We can expect the other zombies as they get done to look as grim. Whilst this ceiling turret was not done for Division 1.2, it is done now. and in fact, we will post about this on the public server after this. So stay tuned on the public server. We will post the renders on there. Supporters have seen this a couple of days ago already. Val did that one as well. Looked really good. So yeah, that'll be backported in after Division 1, after Division 2. This destructible door was Lena's idea, and I think it adds a lot more flavour to this part of the map. As you can see, headless zombie, lovely. Moving on. I'm not going to do the Easter egg, by the way, because nothing was really changed. If you know what Easter egg I'm talking about, then all good. But yeah.
You're in the know.
All good. Another projected texture was added here. I think this is a nice, good one that kind of feeds you downwards into here. I think this area looks a lot better with the added lighting and with some added brush detail and stuff like that.
I gotta go.
No worries, Val. Thank you for joining us, mate.
Yeah.
Hope you enjoyed and all that, and see you soon.
Cheers, son.
Alright. This area received a bit of an art pass, some props added around the place, some brush textures modified, and a little bit more brush detail. There we go. Go on, mate. There we go. Have one. That manhack sometimes he's a bit of a hack to figure out there's actually something worth killing down here. Oh, we should got immolator ammo.
Because of Ravenholm, zombies are incredibly resistant to burning to death, unlike Metro Cops and stuff, because they have to survive the fire traps for a while.
Yep.
That is a fun fact that I did not know.
Metro police die in like 1 or 2 fire damage. Zombies last a long time.
Okay, and I guess the last thing worth noting is these little green lights and some more details added down there to guide the player a little bit more in this area. Oh, and I should say actually, is it too late for me to get back? I might just very quickly do this then, because I actually forgot to show this, but Random Cat also did new water particles down here, as you can see in this area here. They also did new waterfall VFX back here, which looks lovely. So yeah. And then here is the end of Division 1.2, and this will lead on to the canals later on.
This is the end.
Hold your breath.
4 hours is probably the longest it's ever taken anyone to play through this game.
Alright then, moment of silence for the credits so we can see all the amazing people that contributed to this mod over the course of its development. This track is CW's credits track, by the way. Okay, cool. So
It's exactly 4 hours later.
awesome. Okay, so let's get some Q&A out of the way. Go ahead, Flash.
NPC underscore combine underscore asks, what feelings did you guys have when you took your first steps to creating the mod?
Well, I guess it's relevant for me and Ambient since we are. Is Ambient still here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Good man. I guess it's relevant for me and Ambient because we are the two people near who have been here the longest, and Ambient was actually the first person to help me with anything for RTBR. I contacted RTBR, not RTBR. I contacted Ambient in like, was it like December 2017? Ambient? It was ages ago now.
I'm actually popping in my ModDB messages right now to see if I can find it.
Was that the first message I sent to you over ModDB, and then we started talking over Discord, didn't it? And
I think so, yeah.
yeah, and then Ambient started doing some sound effects for the early parts of RTBR, and then we kind of talked about it because obviously Ambient led the old RTB mod before it um, wrapped up, and when I was when RTBR was not a spiritual successor and was instead an actual continuation, instead of basically just again spiritual successor. Obviously, I collaborated and spoke with Ambient a lot because I wanted to make sure I had his permission to go ahead. And Ambient has been a massive help with a lot of things, coordinating the team, coordinating the start of the mod. Ultimately, this all comes down to Ambient saying, "Yeah, sure, man," to someone with no history of real modding besides being on Project Borealis at that time, saying, "Yeah, man, I think I could handle making a beta mod." Hell of a thing, but we've come very far, and Ambient has really helped us with that. Did you find that message, Ambient?
No, I think it either got buried somewhere or I deleted it. I'm not sure, but it was probably somewhere around what 2017, 2016, somewhere in there.
When did I?
Yeah.
Well, I have a message on February 17th, 2018 from someone, but I don't have one from you anymore.
Yeah.
It was from this guy called Human, who is a former mapper on old RTB.
Oh yeah, yeah. That was 2017 for me on mine. So because I was talking to him at some point.
But yeah, cool. So anyway, yeah. So without Ambient, this all wouldn't have happened basically because he had to have said yes, and there you go. I just want to say real quick, the credits are not obviously updated for 1.2 because it's old and we've had new people. So I just want to do a couple things real quick. We've taken on since that happened Amicus, who is the only new hire we've taken on, but he is our Grigori voice actor. He's had to go for now, but you will hear him later on. So very nice. Okay, cool. Next question, please, Flash.
Next is a double whammy because they're in a similar vein. Let's see, where was it? CY and NPC underscore combine ask, did you have any doubts about the mod being successful at any point, and was there a point in the mod's development where you felt like giving up?
Well, I guess I will say that there were a lot of very challenging times. The mod getting leaked was probably the most challenging time.
I remember that.
And yeah, and that was probably the only time I really actually considered not working on RTBR anymore, because it was like we'd done all this hard work and someone leaked it maliciously for like no reason other than just maliciousness, and like it was like, well, why should we bother? Almost like, why should we bother to actually make a mod? It was in August of 2018, right? So it was about 4 or 5 months after we started um, making a mod, and at that point, I was like, maybe we just shouldn't do it, because it's like, why should we bother if there's people who are going to leak us maliciously? Why should we, make a mod? But ultimately, ultimately, I used that more as motivation, as like there were people who leaked us maliciously, and I kind of went, well, we're gonna make the mod anyway, because fuck you. And also, um, obviously there are people who supported the mod who were nice, right? And you know, it wouldn't be fair for us to kind of say screw you to them, to the nice people, as well as to the bad people, right? We can say that to the latter by just working on the mod, doing well, and you know, and that's what we did. So that was really the only really dark time for me for RTBR. And although there have been difficult times since then, um, you know, we've carried on. You know, we've made friends. We've gotten this job done, and you know, we've done a lot of things that people wouldn't thought possible. Right? We've released a substantial and well-thinged release, right, with 1.2 in less than 3 years, right? It's pretty unprecedented when it comes to cut content mods, and we're doing more work going forwards that is even more unprecedented and even more interesting. So ultimately, although there are always trials and tribulations when leading a mod team, we've pulled through together, and we've produced a product that we're happy with, and that we're going to keep producing this until we're done. We're not going to let anyone or anything get us down. We are making the mod that we want to make, and that is that. Next question.
Before I go on with that, in addendum, I would like to say that, from my experience, the positive experiences in the RTBR team have definitely way outweighed the negatives. So, next question. CY asks, will the chopper shoot missiles since it has missile launchers on it?
Probably not. They're mostly visual.
Next, Gary Oak asks, will the console meet Gordon before the announcement, like Breen in retail? How does the console know Gordon?
I like to think that the console has his ways of obtaining information, and some of this will become a little bit more obvious later on. Next.
Leoj Wolfhouse asks, does the console have squid legs like in the beta?
No. Next.
CY asks, will you remake some of the least remade vehicles like the Combine SWAT truck and etc.?
We would like to. Next.
When we were fighting the helicopter, Hansa asked, will we revisit these exact streets in the Civil War chapters?
Maybe. Next.
CY asks, in the canals, will you have that one part with the guy that has a raft with the propane launcher?
The barge will appear in RTBR Division 2, the legendary barge, of course. We couldn't do the cut content justice without the barge, although it will not be used to taking down the helicopter like it is in the cut content. It will just be a reference thing. I think that's what you mean, and yeah. Next.
CY asks, do you plan on reimagining the enemies that never made it past concept art, like the Tripod Hopper, Stampeder, Combine Mobile Mine, etc.?
Yes. Next.
Leoj Wolfhouse asks, how will RTBR handle the Depot and Air X, either or one then the other?
Both. You'll do the depot at the end of. We've put the depot in the wasteland, and you'll do that at the end of Division 3, which will then lead on to through the wasteland train bridge, Division 4, Vance HQ, and the assault in the air exchange. Next.
CY asks, will you be switching out music throughout development?
No. Next.
Sven asks, will there be weather control chapter in the final game?
Would be nice. In Division 5 in the Arctic. Next.
Patorns GD asks, will you guys do an HD edition or definitive edition like Black Mesa and improve lighting and more performance fixes of the mod after the final release on Steam and ModDB?
Don't count on it. Next.
The console asks, when is the next media update coming?
Eventually. Next.
CY asks, will the unmounted HMG use the same firing sounds as the mounted variant?
Yes. Next.
Ricardo Perez asks, are we going to see any Combine zombies?
Yes. Next.
Dancecard BG asks, will we have something special for April 1st?
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Next.
Culleton EXE asks, do you have anything you would change if you knew where the mod was going? Like any regrets?
Internal organization would. I mean, it would be better right off the bat because I would know how to make it better right off the bat. Whereas organizing ourselves has been, trial and error and all that, and figuring out what works best and all that. But I mean, I guess we would just try to do things better off the bat. It's kind of a difficult question to answer because, of course, with hindsight, everything would be better. But you know, we don't have the benefit of hindsight before it happens, right? So we just have to make do with what we've got. And I think we tend to tackle challenges pretty productively. Next.
I have no regrets. We ran out of questions.
Really? Damn. Okay, cool. Right, does anyone have any other questions? This is your last opportunity to ask questions, and then we will be bouncing off, and that will be it for the dev stream. Christ, this stream took much longer than I thought it would. way longer than I thought it would.
Well, somebody asked about developer commentary. This was 4 hours of worth of developer commentary, so there we go.
Oh yeah, Culleton asks about the favorite part of the mod.
The first question that was
Yeah.
actually asked at the start of the stream 4 hours ago. Culleton EXE asks, what is your favorite moment of the mod?
Okay, so I guess I'll go down the list. So for me, my favorite moment is probably, well, as I say, I really like the manhack sequence now with that citizen. I think that's my favorite moment in Division 1 right now. I think that's the best sequence that I put in for the citizens. But I also really, really, really love just all of free TVs now. Like, it's been totally revamped by Flash. It's amazing, right? It's like in my opinion, the best looking ever free TVs map. Like, I have not seen a better one. And I would challenge anyone to find me a better one. I don't think you'd be able to. So yeah, Flash did an amazing job on that. Next down the list, Ambient.
Let's see. Well, we had our VR exclusivity release on April 1st, spoiled by Leo 12th House, unfortunately. But let's see. What is your next planning after this stream?
We were still answering the question.
What did
Your favorite part about the mod, Ambient?
Oh, sorry, I'm tired. All right. Favorite part. I think if I recall correctly, my favorite part is probably the Cremator fight. I really have always liked the Cremator as an enemy, even though the implementation has been very hit or miss over the years. And I really feel like for once it actually does the enemy like real justice in making it like a mini boss. And not just making it set dressing. Yeah.
Cool. Flash.
There's a lot of things that I like. I like my console. I like free TVs. But if I had to quantify to a single moment, I think my favorite part is in Terminal when you have that small scene where the citizens are going in to get recruited by the Combine and they have actual retail lines where they would do anything for a decent meal. I thought that was a really, really nice seeing the both combined concepts from the beta and retail. And I really love that scene. It's a really nice scene.
Fodder.
In the mod or about the mod?
In or about, I suppose.
About the mod, definitely the friendship I've made. In the mod, probably Barney's interrogation bananas. I don't know.
Lovely.
Yeah, fair enough. As I say, the friendships that I've made on here as well, and the people that I've gotten to know has been.
Oh yeah, this
great.
has been a life-changing experience on here. I'd never change anything about it.
Yeah, for a lot of us, this has just been a really, this is more than just a team of developers, right? We are all friends. Some of us have made some really, really close friendships, right? And I think a lot of us wouldn't be where we are today if it weren't for the friends that we've made here, right? Like, I know that I wouldn't have been able to stick with this and keep this going without the support and the friendship of the people who I've got with me here, right? Like, this is not, the Kralik mod. This is all of us working together collaboratively, you know, and there is so much that, you know, I'm thankful for all the people on my team who have made this all possible. Right? It's like this, you know, just because I run this thing, it doesn't mean that this wouldn't have happened without everybody else, right? And for that I am eternally grateful for all the stuff that everyone has done for the model over these couple of years, and I will forever be grateful for all the work that people contribute going forwards to make this project and this vision that I have happen. Um, and I, you know, I'm so thankful for that help. So yeah. Right, Iridium.
Well, my favorite part while developing for the mod is, I I mean, yes, definitely the friendship things. I mean, like that's definitely true, but also the fact that I basically learned programming for Source from this. I mean, I never expected myself to ever be nearly this good at Source programming or really coding in general. And also, my favorite part in the game definitely is the cremator fight, just because of the sheer amount of time I had to do to make that work well. That is.
Nice. Okay. Calamando, I know you're new here, but what do you actually like about what we're doing at the moment, or what you're going to do?
It's a lot bigger and more ambitious than 90% of what I see out there these days. And it's just nice to see that in general. Like, you know, a lot if you go on ModDB, there's a lot of mods out there that are literally just maps. And you guys are doing weapons, you're doing NPCs, you're doing models, you're doing sequencing. It's just, you know, the few times you've seen that in the past, like with Dear Esther and the Stanley Parable, they've become huge successful things. So I think it's great that you guys are doing that too.
Cool. Thank you very much. Okay. Lassie, did you?
Lassie has written a response, and everyone without a microphone, and I will read them out. Lassie says, "My personal favorite is when you're in the apartment building with the chopper shooting at you."
Cool. What's Mark? What do you think?
Mark says 48 and 94 interaction, or the start of the combat of the mod and from the Construction 01 building are his favorite moments of the pivotal RTBR.
Epic and name.
My favorite part is probably the Manhack Arcade, when you get to see all the arcade machines with the Blade Runner reference on the screen. Also, Free TVs was a particular highlight, but about the mod generally was getting a creative outlet and being able to make music actually for something rather than having it sit on my PC collecting digital dust, if you will, lol. Also, I've met many friends that I likely wouldn't have met, and thank God I did.
Okay.
And that's everyone.
All right. Cool. Any other questions then?
Yes, we will continue with the questions. Liage Wolfhouse asks, will you make use of RNG textures?
Unlikely, because where we would make use of RNG textures, we would just do it in code instead. Because we've got the capability, and it's not that difficult. So, yep. Next.
CY asks, what is your next planning after the stream?
If you're wondering what's going to be our next, like what's next on the agenda, we're working on something pretty big right now that we want to keep quiet and under wraps. So that's kind of a ongoing internal thing. As I say, that's the thing that I don't think any other mod has ever done before. And we're looking very forward to that. And to making that happen for Division 2. That will be really exciting. Calamando's doing a lot of work with that. He's our implementation guy who we took on, who just seems to know everything there is to know about implementing a model in Source for animation, all this other kind of thing. He has sped up the process considerably. Otherwise, there would have been many long and difficult nights spent in the VDC and staring at QCs to try and figure out what the fuck is going on. So thank you, Calamando, for all that.
I mean, you say that, but guess what I've been doing for the last 4 hours? Staring at a QC, trying to figure something out.
I mean, you know, if nothing else, it's good to defer it to someone who at least sort of knows what's going on, instead of me, where I can't even get static props working. Right, so the next stream we will be doing, we will be picking up game nights again soon. Maybe next weekend. We'll see. Might be nice. it would have been helpful if in the mod vote about what to play for multiplayer mods, half the responses weren't single player mods. But we'll try and pick from the ones that are relevant and go from there. Cool.
About that, Kralek, wouldn't it be cool if you streamed some mods to the people?
It would be interesting if we streamed some mods to people. It would depend if people actually wanted what people actually wanted to watch. I think it's more productive to stream our mod.
Because you still haven't finished
No, I know.
Mission Improbable. You still haven't finished
Oh.
Mission Improbable.
I did finish Mission Improbable.
No, you did not.
Yes, I did. I think I did. Did I not finish Mission Improbable? Oh fuck, I can't remember.
I have no idea what either of you are talking about.
I can't remember what Mission Improbable actually was. I just remember it was a mod that you had me play at some point. All right, whatever. Next.
Will there be Particle Storm?
As we've said several times, it will be a cameo, whether that is in reference or visual only. It won't be in gameplay. Next.
Sven asks, how will you make barriers in the wasteland?
How will we make barriers in the wasteland?
Because in the game, we have to somehow restrict the player's movement. They can't just run around in a desert dune.
I don't know, giant boats. I don't know.
Well, I mean, we also have some different ideas on how the wasteland could be laid out in terms of geography as well that could help with that.
Yeah, like it's not just going to be massive open desert. We are taking some considerable liberties with arranging it so it actually works in a gameplay sense, and then we'll make it look nice and it will make sense later. All right, next.
UI asks, after the mapping competition is done, are you going to hold more, or are you just going to make some more background maps by yourselves?
Okay, if the mapping competition is successful, i.e. we get good entries, because, I hope this isn't going to be the case, but, there is a chance that all the entries end up being bad. I'm sure that won't be the case, I'm just saying. But assuming it works out and everything, and it's all good, then I guess we would ideally run one for every division, because we're going to have one background map per division, right? So, assuming everything works out and we actually get a good amount of entries and it's a healthy competition and people like it and everything, then we'll do one for every division, and there will be another 5 mapping competitions then that we will run. We may or may not run them in advance of each division and run them all within a certain space of time, like every 6 months or so, instead of directly in front of each release, or directly after the previous release, which is what we did obviously with Division 2. Next.
Alljoint asks, will Build 2046 be added to RTBR?
No. Next.
Well, CI asks, is Hazard 0_01 something you'd like to put in?
We might, but it would kind of be a stretch goal. I'm more likely to make that a competition as well. Do you know what I mean? It's like if the background mapping competition works well, then I'm more likely to say, how about we have? I already have an idea for how we could do a mapping competition with that. But I'm not going to talk about it obviously, because then people will be able to, get an early start if we do actually do one, and then if we don't do one, they'll be upset. So we'll have to see. Probably not on our end. If we do it at all, it'll be another competition thing. Go on.
Daniel Gard says, will the Mini Strider be in the mod?
If you mean the
Strider
grayish
Hunter?
Yeah, if you mean the smaller hunter, the hunter that has like the grayish armor from episode 1, we are planning an alternate variant of the hunter that will behave differently, and there will be 2 variants of a hunter that work together. Think of how the hunters in Halo 3 ODST work, right? We have the 2 different. It's funny that they're all called hunters, but the giant worm creatures, right? In Halo 3 ODST, there's 2 of them, and they do different roles, and one of them kind of serves a close range aggressive role, and one of them kind of stays at a greater distance. We're going to do that with hunters in RTBR as well. So we're going to give the other hunter variant a different weapon and different behavior and stuff that will basically make them more interesting to fight. Next.
CY asks, what is your guys' favorite NPC from the beta?
This is another question I feel like it's gonna just take a while. So I'm just going to say we've probably answered this in Division 1.1 already, where we all went through and said what's your favorite thing from the beta. We've been streaming for like 4.5 hours now, so
Yes.
I wanna try and answer shorter questions if at all possible. Sorry.
I have no comment either way.
Yeah. Next.
Leoj Wolfhouse, no. We CY asks, what roles are you looking for in the mod as of right now?
Level designers, always level designers. Ideally block out mappers, to be honest. We've kind of got enough art passers now. If you're a legendary art passer, I'm not necessarily going to say no, but I could really use more block out mappers right now to push ahead on new maps as opposed to going over the old maps, because I already have a lot of very good art passers making maps look prettier. I now need people building more maps, really. We have a couple of block out mappers, but we could really do with a couple more. So if you're good at building gameplay, layouts, entity logic, and putting together a map on a structural level, you don't necessarily have to be able to make them look visually lovely. If you can build the levels really productively in a gameplay sense, someone else can come and make them look pretty afterwards. So yeah, that's what we really need right now. Again, if you're an amazing visual passer, I'm not necessarily going to say no, but I would really like some more blackout mappers. Also looking for general purpose texture artists, so people that can, make nice. Also, I just realized. Oh no, I'm still streaming it in OBS. That's fine. I'm not streaming it for developers. I'm still streaming it OBS. What is it? We are also looking at the general purpose texture artists, basically making general purpose props, but also taking Half-Life 2 props and maybe retexturing them, remodeling bits of them, making them a bit better. A bit like what Egon has done with some of the workstations. I'd like more people like Egon who are able to kind of take a wide angle approach to the concept of designing models and all that. And Helena Mossman voice actor would be nice, of course. I doubt anybody listening is going to be able to do that, but
Out of the 17 people currently.
Yep. Next.
Well, you answered the next question just now, so after that. For Coleton EXE asks, for Street Wars, will you be basing the maps on there from the beta Street Wars maps or going completely original?
For Street Wars, we'll be basing them probably off of. Probably will be basing them off of a lot of maps that were in Division 1 and putting them into a Street Wars context, but we will also have maps from the beta, like Palace is in the works, ideally. Next.
CY asks, is there anything you'd want for development to help you guys with the mod?
As I said above, level designers, general purpose texture artists.
So nothing with regards to actual tools like map base and so on, because that was what the question was hinting towards.
Oh, if you can make a face poser tool that isn't a piece of shit, that'd be nice. Because I'm the one that spends all the time in face poser at the moment, and I fucking hate that tool. It is horrible. Makes choreography a right pain in the ass when it crashes every 5 seconds. But whatever, it's good enough. Make me a new version of face poser, and I'll be very happy. I'll buy you a beer. Next.
Well, that answers the next question about annoying blocking things in development. Face poser, make us a new one. We will love you.
It'd be nice. Thank you. Nice. Next.
CY asks, zombie assassin, alien assassin, question mark.
We've shown a zombie assassin before. We would like to do the alien assassin in some manner, but we'll have to see on that. Next.
Final question, and the most pivotal and important one of all. Balljoint asks, how many bars will be raised and reduxed throughout the mod?
Many bars will be raised, including. No, I'm not going to make that joke. Right. Okay. That's fine. Right. I think that's good enough for the questions.
Yep, that's it. I'm
not
ran
going
out
to
of
sit around.
questions.
I'm not going to sit around and wait for more. So thank you for coming. Thank you for watching the stream. It was a great pleasure to be here and everything, and I really appreciate everybody who was here. So thank you all very much for all your attention during this period
And
of time.
continued support. We wouldn't be here without your love and grace.
Yep. Thank you all very much, everybody.
Here's that cheese I was looking for. Tasty.
Are you still alive?